All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Mindy, can you take the roll and establish a quorum, please?
Board Member Kadara?
Yes, good morning.
Board Member Bradford? Board Member Baggett? Vice Chair Lee Reeder? Here. And Chair Abdus.
I'm here. All right, well, good morning and welcome everyone to the 602nd board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region in Sacramento. This meeting of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is called to order at 9:01 a.m. on Friday, December 12th, 2025, and a quorum is present. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the full video will be available on YouTube following the meeting. I am Nick Abdus, the chair of the Central Valley Water Board, and I will introduce the other board members in just 1 minute. Mindy, can you please begin by providing instructions for members of the public that plan to participate in today's meeting?
Oh, could you please introduce Denise as well? She's online virtually.
Yes, I'm sorry. And we do have Denise Kadara that's on attending remotely today.
Yes.
All right, Mindy, can you begin by providing instructions for members, please, of the public?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Bunn, and I am the board clerk. I'll begin by sharing some information about how public participation will be organized for today's meeting. If you wish to make a verbal comment on one of the board items or during the public forum, you must be attending either in person, through the Zoom platform, or by calling in via phone. If you're currently watching the webcast on CalSpan but would like to make a comment, please email me now at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov to request the Zoom link. If you're already on the Zoom webinar and wish to speak but have not pre-registered, please raise your hand and you'll be called on. If you're using a computer or tablet, click the raise hand button. If you're calling in by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. Generally, in-person commenters will be called on first, followed by Zoom and phone participants. If you're here in person and wish to speak, but haven't completed a blue comment card and given it to the staff member, or if you're on Zoom and haven't raised your hand, you may miss your opportunity to speak. Staff will call each commenter by name and your microphone will be unmuted. If you're calling in by phone, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. For the record, please state your name and who you are representing before speaking. This is especially important for those testifying on an item. Unless you've been granted additional time, each speaker will have 3 minutes. A bell will sound when your time is up. Quiet location to minimize background noise. And finally, a friendly reminder to our board members, presenters, and staff, please mute yourself when not speaking to reduce background noise. And if possible, keep your camera on when speaking.
Thank you for that, Mindy. At this point, I'd like to introduce the other board members, beginning to my left with Elaine Lee Reeder of Sacramento, Mark Bradford of Sacramento, and then beyond that, Art Baggett of El Portal. Denise Kadara of Allensworth is participating remotely, and Sean Yang is absent today. Nicole Morgan, state board member, is participating in this meeting and will provide an update a little bit later. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff.
Thank you so much. I also want to note that Sean just texted me. He ran into a little bit of parking snafu, so he will be here in just a couple minutes. Good morning, and thank you once again to the State Board for hosting us here at 1001 I Street. Hopefully this is the last meeting for a little while that we have to hold up in this office building. Our office building renovations are nearly complete with the walkthrough and inspection scheduled in the next couple weeks. So yeah, I'll be glad to be home, and I know our administrative team will be as well. To my immediate left is Mindy Bunn, who has been ably managing multiple remote board meetings. Much thanks to the IT staff is sitting to my far left. To my immediate right is Jessica Yar, staff counsel with the board. To her right is Chris Moskal, staff counsel to the board, and to his right is Kennedy Knight, counsel for the board as well. To my far right, all the way down there, is JJ Baum, Christina Shoup, and Clint Snyder, assistant executive officers for the board. And somewhere behind me, working on one of the items that will come before us, is Adam Lapitz, also assistant executive officer for the board. We have members of the board's environmental justice work group who are the staff that have been working with me on the environmental justice goals, also in attendance today, as well as a number of staff and managers.
Thank you. I see Adam back there hard at work. Before we begin today, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. All right. Moving on to item 3, board member communications. Do board members have any communications they would like to disclose since the last board meeting?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Denise.
Good morning, board members, and to everyone else. My board communication today is one, I think, the most important that I've talked about since I've served on the board. We will do a groundbreaking ceremony in early January for the installation of our new well. It's been a long time coming, since 2013, from the feasibility study to finally getting through our requirements with Fish and Wildlife, to finally getting our contractor and ready to move forward with the construction of our new well. And then our storage tank of 500,000 gallon storage tank will be installed shortly after. But a great time for Allensworth to actually hopefully have our water situation under control and a better, more accurate system for our community. And we're very grateful for this opportunity for the community to have this construction get underway. And thanks to all of our support that we received from the state and the Central Water Board in the interim, while we had breakdowns and emergency crises, we had the support from both agencies. And so we're very grateful and for this opportunity for us to have a safe drinking water system installed in Allensworth. So that's my communication this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise, and obviously very welcome news for the folks of Allensworth. Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. All right. At this point, we're on to item 4, the State Water Board Liaison Update. I would like to call on Nicole Morgan, our State Water Board representative, who is here today to provide an update. Nicole, good morning.
And good morning, Chair Addis and members of the board. It's an honor to join you this morning. And congratulations, Board Member Kadara, on the upcoming groundbreaking ceremony for the long overdue upgrade to your drinking water system there in Allensworth. So have a couple of updates here from the State Water Board. So as I'm sure most of you know, the agriculture expert panel is still ongoing. The State Board will hold public working group sessions for the second statewide ag panel. So one was just held on Friday, December 5th. The next one is actually this afternoon, December 12th, from 3 to 6. These sessions facilitate panel deliberations on issues relevant to the panel charge questions. Meeting agendas are available on the Ag Panel website through the state that is hosted by the State Water Board's website. The State Water Board will also hold a public listening session This will be on Wednesday, December 17th, so next Wednesday from 1 to 5 p.m., both in person and virtually, to gather input from the public and all interested parties that will be shared with the panel members for their consideration of the panel charge questions. And so that is ongoing, and just also want to thank Region 5 and your team for participating and being actively involved in this ongoing effort. So changing subjects to the Yuba River Development Project and Narrows Hydroelectric Project. On the October 31st, 2025, State Water Board staff released public comment on a draft water quality certification for the Federal Energy Regulation Commission, so also called FERC, relicensing of the Yuba County Water Agency's Yuba River Development Project and Narrows Hydroelectric Project, collectively known as projects. The projects are located on the Yuba, North Yuba, and Middle Yuba rivers, and on Oregon Creek in Nevada, Yuba and Sierra counties. Comments on the draft certification projects were due by 5 p.m. on December 1st. All comments will be considered, and additional information is on the State Water Board's webpage. So Kern River Aquifer Exemption, the California Geologic Energy Management Division, also known as CalGEM, so another state agency, with preliminary concurrence from the State Water Board and in consultation with the Central Valley Water Board. So thank you for weighing in. It's very important, and it is within your region. So definitely want to make sure that we are always checking in and making sure that we are working collaboratively with the region. So CalGEM is considering recommending that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, so US EPA, approves an aquifer exemption for the hydrocarbon producing portion of the Kern River Reservoir, consisting of the Kern River Formation and Upper Shannock Formation and the Kern River oil field. So CalGEM and the State Water Board are inviting comments for the public regarding whether this aquifer exemption proposal meets the criteria for recommendation to US EPA. A public meeting for the proposal occurred in Bakersfield on December 9th. Public comment period closes at 5 p.m. on December 22nd. Additional information for this here is found on CalGEM's webpage. So not State Water Board or Central Valley Water Board, but CalGEM's webpage. So let's see, annually, so we're just about always in a fee stakeholder process. And so we just adopted some fees, but we are already taking a look at fees for next fiscal year, so the fiscal year 2026-27. So staff met with stakeholders on December 8th to discuss possible changes to the 2026-27 water quality certification fees. And so that process is already starting, and our staff are already reaching out to stakeholders to start that process. Water measurement and reporting regulations. So on December 2nd, the State Water Board adopted revisions to the diversion measurement regulation. The initial regulation, adopted as an emergency regulation in 2016, requires anyone with a water right to diverts over 10 acre-feet annually to measure the rate and volume of their diversions and submit measurement data to the board. The proposal revisions clarify the requirements, standardize measurement reporting data, and align regulations with the new water right reporting system. So that text can be found on the program's webpage. So SGMA, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. On December 2nd, the State Water Board returned the Cahuilla Groundwater Basin back to DWR. So another one has been sent back to DWR. And so then also on SGMA, actions related to the Tulare Lake probationary designation were suspended by the preliminary injunction starting September 13th. On October 29th, the Fifth District Court of Appeal issued a decision reversing the injunction. Groundwater pumpers in Tulare Lake Subbasin should plan to submit initial extraction reports to the state board by the deadline outlined. I'm going to say below, but I'm going to read what this is. And so there is some information that was sent out to the GSA. And so they have a reporting period from July 15th of 2024 through September of this year. And so it's a bit extended because of the legal actions that have been occurring. So that is going to be due by May 1st of 2026. And then they subsequently after that annually, then they get onto the February 1st schedule of each year. So that concludes my report. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Nicole. Anyone have any questions, comments otherwise? Always appreciate very thorough update. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. On to item number 5, the public forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items not on the agenda. If you're a person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out a blue card at the reception table and give it to a staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have registered yet, please raise your hand now. So Mindy, do we have any speakers on items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have one speaker, and Patricia, hopefully I say your name correctly. Patricia and Jeha, representing the Amador's Heart of Gold.
All right. We have Patricia on. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Angija, and I am the treasurer for Amador's Heart of Gold, a newly formed nonprofit organization. Our purpose is to provide financial, emotional, and educational support to families affected by childhood cancer residing in Amador County. In only the past 2 years, there have been 6 cases of childhood cancer diagnosed in Amador County, one new case that we just learned of recently. The limited resources available in our county led to the forming of this organization by 2 of the moms of children with cancer, whose goal it is to have Amador's Heart of Gold be the organization families affected by childhood cancer can turn to. Thus far, our communities have come together in amazing ways to support the families that have been impacted by childhood cancer, and I know that Amador County will continue to show up for any new families facing this impossible situation. I urge the Regional Water Board of the Central Valley to have environmental testing be done, as having 6 cases diagnosed in the last 2 years, 4 of the cases living in Ione, seems to be more than just a coincidence. Per the National Cancer Institute, the national average for childhood cancer rates is 0.0048%. Amador's County's 6 cases of the population of 41,029 per the 2020 U.S. Census gives a rate of 0.015%, which is 3 times the national average. And even more concerning is that 4 of those cases located in Ione, living in the city or going to school there, with a population of 5,306 per the 2020 U.S. Census, gives us a rate of 0.075%, which is almost 16 times the national average. I believe there has to be something with our environment, be it the compelling argument of the contaminated drinking water at Mule Creek State Prison, as documented in an article titled "If You Want to Live, Don't Drink the Water," published in The Appeal on May 15th, 2025, chemicals or pollutants in our water treatment facilities throughout the county, mining industries at Kennedy and Argonaut mines are Superfund sites after all, or other impacts that are causing these much higher rates of childhood cancer in our communities. This is not just an Ione problem, even though there does appear to be clustering in our town. It is an Amador County problem. While 4 of the families live and go to school in Ione, one of the families lives in Pine Grove and goes to school in Jackson, and the other most recent case we've learned of, the family lives in Sutter Creek and goes to school in Ione. I urge this board to investigate and remedy any issues that are causing these children and their families to experience the tragedy that is childhood cancer. Even if there is no relation between our water quality and these higher rates of childhood cancer, I ask that testing do be done to verify that fact. If there are issues found that do correlate with the higher rates of cancer, I urge you to act to remediate these issues. I appreciate your time and attention to this very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia, and thanks for speaking today. I'd like to ask our executive officer if we can connect Patricia and these families to the appropriate person to have a discussion about some of these very serious concerns that Patricia's raised.
Absolutely. Patricia, I appreciate you coming forward to the board and bringing this to our attention. We will definitely follow up. I think we've got your contact information. If not, feel free to send it to Agenda 5. And if we can't provide all the answers, we will at least work with fellow Cal EPA agencies to try and get to the bottom of this and address these concerns. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on. No one else, Mindy? Confirming.
There's no one else.
Okay, thank you. Item 6, the executive officer's report. This is an informational item. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the clerk, the board clerk, and the board's program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and many different initiatives the board is working on. This month, as part of the executive officer's update to the board will be receiving a presentation from the regional board's environmental justice work group. This presentation will cover a general overview of the state's performance of the board's programs, and will assess environmental justice SMARTY goals for the past year. Again, if you are a person in the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill a blue card out at the reception table, give it to a staff member. And if you are on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. At this point, I'll hand it over to our executive officer, Patrick Palupa.
Thank you so much. I will be inviting the team to the podium to give this presentation in just a minute. I do want to note for the record, we have board member Sean Yang. Good morning. It is at 9:23, and as a matter of housekeeping, the executive officer's report details the upcoming board meetings. After hearing some concerns about the date of the June board meeting, Mindy set out some emails to see the availability for an alternate June date. The date that seems to work best for everybody is June 3rd, 4th, if I'm not mistaken. And so just want to flag that and make sure that everybody's aware that that date could change. Objection to doing so? Right. Well, we'll notice that the June board meeting will be changed. I think it's from the 18th and 19th. Is that correct? From the 18th and 19th to the 3rd and the 4th. Now, without further ado, I'll meet the rest of the EJ work group at the podium behind us. Okay. Just keep going. There we go. The teams get together in late summer for kickoff meetings, and usually the executive officer reports back to the board around that time. Click. We delayed the report for this year to address changes that were associated with the new federal administration. Click. For example, as we'll discuss later, the goals associated with the non-point source program had to be restructured after the new federal administration ordered the removal of all DEI terminology from this program's federal work plan. Click. There we go. And that's why I'm appearing for you today, as opposed to August like we usually do. Next slide. I'll be joined by a number of folks from across all 3 regional board offices that are part of an environmental justice work group. We have met with the program managers. These are staff and managers in Redding, in Fresno, in Rancho Cordova, and we meet periodically with the program managers to talk about racial equity goals, to talk about what's going on at the State Water Board and in each of the regional offices to try and help the program managers structure and respond to racial equity and environmental justice needs throughout the region. We're going to start with talking about the permitting program. Let's see if Marcel's up next. Start with a cluster of programs called the permitting programs. These include the NPDES permitting program, the groundwater protection permitting program, which we sometimes refer to as the Non-15 program. Working on renaming this one. Non-15 got a little esoteric for a while there. And what they really do is adopt permits to protect groundwater. So we're seeing if we can rename that thing in collaboration with the State Water Board, the Water Quality Certifications Program, and the Stormwater Program. So without further ado, let me bring to the podium Marisol Gonzalez.
Patrick.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Marisol Gonzalez, and I am an engineering geologist with the Redding office in the NPDES permitting and enforcement program. Next slide, please. The Clean Water Act's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Program, or NPDES, is a federal program delegated to the state of California and implemented by the water boards. This program protects beneficial uses by regulating point source discharges to surface waters, which include wastewater treatment facilities, fish hatcheries, and industrial facilities. General NPDES permits can regulate numerous facilities with similar types of discharges. NPDES permits are large, complex permits that must be updated every 5 years under federal law. The Central Valley Water Board has far more of these permits than any other regional board. This past year, the program issued 13 individual permits, enrolled 12 facilities under general orders, and renewed the Concentrated Aquatic Animal Production General Order, which regulates fish hatcheries. Next slide, please. This past year, our environmental justice goal focused on improving outreach to tribal governments, disadvantaged communities, and environmental justice groups. We strengthened communication, increased engagement across the region, and provided more opportunities for these communities to participate in permitting processes. Based on that progress, we consider this goal met. Looking ahead, we have 3 main objectives for the NPDES program. First, we're working to stay on schedule with the 5-year permit renewal to keep requirements current and protective. Second, we plan to streamline permitting by enrolling eligible facilities under general orders, which help reduce processing time and improve consistency. And finally, we're exploring permitting strategies that reduce financial burdens without compromising water quality protections. This includes evaluating fee structures, monitoring requirements, and pathways for small rural communities with limited resources. And now I will turn the presentation over to Matthew.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Matthew Gian. I'm a water resource control engineer out in the Fresno office in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. The Groundwater Protection Permitting Program, or non-15 program, is the oldest state water quality control program in the state of California. Facilities regulated under this program include sewage treatment facilities, food processing facilities, and other industries that discharge non-hazardous waste. The program currently regulates over 1,400 facilities. This past year, the Groundwater Protection Permitting Program issued 11 individual permits for a variety of facilities. These included domestic wastewater treatment facilities, nut processing facilities, wineries, and a cattle slaughter facility. Additionally, the program issued 43 notices of applicability, enrolling facilities under a variety of different general orders, including the low threat waiver or general order, the small food processing waiver, and the small domestic general order. Furthermore, the non-15 program renewed the small food processor waiver and completed 22 water quality assessment report reviews as required by the on-site wastewater treatment system policy, which is a state policy through which the board regulates county septic systems programs. Next slide, please. The program met their environmental justice goal for the fiscal year 24-25. Staff in the non-15 program were able to collaborate with the Water Board's tribal liaison to conduct outreach to tribal groups, disadvantaged communities, and EJ advocates to ensure that the outreach is both effective and culturally appropriate. Additionally, staff were able to incorporate tribal and EJ impact findings into the WDRs that were issued. For the fiscal year 25-26, the non-15 program plans to issue new general orders, which include the large domestic general order, nut drying and hulling general order, and the fruit and vegetable packing general order. These general orders will enhance regulatory consistency across these sectors and significantly reduce the permitting backlog as facilities are enrolled. By streamlining the permitting process, this effort will allow for more efficient oversight and ensure timely compliance with regulatory requirements. In regards to fiscal year 25-26 non-15 program environmental justice goals, staff are continuing to conduct to local disadvantaged communities, tribal groups, and EJ groups during the WDR permitting processes. For example, as part of the development of the revised WDRs for a pistachio processing facility near Terabella, program staff have been meeting with local environmental justice groups. These meetings allow program staff to provide updates on the development of the permit and an opportunity for program staff to hear the community's concerns. Additionally, during the next fiscal year, staff plan to improve resources for WDR data access for tribal groups, EJ groups, and local communities. This will be achieved through trainings and webinars on how to use and access GeoTracker. I'll now pass it over to Brandon, who will be presenting on the Water Quality Certification Program.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Brandon Salazar. I work in the 401 Water Quality Certification Program, or otherwise Dredge and Fill. The water quality, sorry, there you go. The Water Quality Certification Program regulates the removal or placement of materials in wetlands and waterways of the state. Projects include dredging, flood control, channel clearing, bridge construction, habitat restoration, and the fill of wetlands for development. These types of projects generally require a Clean Water Act Section 404 permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and a water quality certification issued by the state. Projects involving discharges to non-federal waters are regulated through the issuance of similar permits under state law. Program accomplishments during the past fiscal year include the issuance of water quality certifications for 245 projects, issuance of waste discharge requirements for 25 projects impacting non-federal waters, certification of 24 habitat restoration enhancement projects, and oversight of approximately 1,340 active permits. Next slide, please. The program's environmental justice goals include the development of tools to assist the public in the permitting process and enhance noticing to increase public participation in processes. During fiscal year 2024-25, program staff achieved those goals by drafting a flowchart of permitting options to assist the public with understanding the permitting process and by conducting outreach and engagement with disadvantaged and tribal communities beyond applicable statutory requirements. Future objectives in support of environmental justice include further development and refinement of the permitting options flowchart, continued use of CalEnviroscreen or similar tools to prioritize inspections, and the advancement of habitat restoration and enhancement projects through a streamlined permitting process. I'll now turn the presentation over to Heather.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Heather Staplin. Is it on? Okay. My name is Heather Staplin. I am an environmental scientist in the Basin Planning Program based in the Rancho Cordova office. The stormwater program regulates stormwater runoff from thousands of construction sites and industrial facilities, as well as many municipal separate storm sewer systems, or MS4s. The goal of the stormwater program is to prevent discharges of pollutants in stormwater and non-stormwater from affecting surface waters. Pollutants regulated by this program include sediment, petroleum products, pesticides, herbicides, metals, bacteria, trash, and other debris. The permits require implementation of best management practices and other program elements and controls to minimize the discharge of pollutants. This past year saw big changes to the program, including a new program manager, Stacy Gotham. Staff in this program conducted 330 inspections of construction sites, 283 industrial sites, and 20 municipal separate storm sewer systems. The program also continued work on a general order to regulate many municipal storm systems within the region. Next slide, please. The Stormwater Program staff achieved their 2024-2025 environmental justice goals by developing a tool to assess and prioritize regulated sites based in part on CalEnviroscreen scores, and develop Spanish language versions of the IGP Notice of Intent and SMARTS Help Guide. Future objectives of the program are to renew the region-wide municipal general permit and consider impacts to environmental justice communities along with benchmark exceedances, repeated failures to submit reports, and failures to collect water quality samples in their prioritization framework. I'll now turn the presentation back to Patrick.
Thank you so much, Heather. Next slide. Next group of programs that we have for you is the planning, monitoring, and assessment programs. These do a little different work than the permitting programs. They do the basin planning. We've got a basin planning action coming up later on today. And they also conduct some grant oversight and deal with water quality monitoring, discretionary water quality monitoring, not connected to any permitting action. Without further ado, I'll bring up Chad Neptune.
Thanks, Patrick. Good morning, members of the board. I am Chad Neptune. I'm a senior engineering geologist specialist. I've worked at the board for 6 years, and I currently work in the Rancho Cordova office in the non-15 Discharges to Land Permitting Program or Groundwater Protection Permitting Program. Water quality control plans or basin plans provide the foundation for all Central Valley Water Board regulatory actions. Basin plans identify beneficial uses of surface and groundwaters, water quality objectives to protect those uses, implementation actions to achieve objectives, and monitoring and surveillance programs to assess implementation actions. The goals of the Basin Planning Program are to establish regulatory policies, frameworks, and programs that will preserve and enhance water quality and protect beneficial uses of water. Program projects amend the basin plans, direct board regulatory actions. Staff within the Basin Planning Program implemented numerous projects under federal and state law. These include watershed restoration projects that establish total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, under the Clean Water Act. These projects are aimed at rehabilitating surface water bodies that do not meet water quality standards. Some of the most significant TMDL projects that the board has undertaken include pesticide TMDLs to protect aquatic species from pyrethroids, diazinon, and chlorpyrifos, and TMDLs to address methylmercury impairments. Implementation of several actions to improve and protect water quality in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. These include coordinating with the state and San Francisco Bay Water Boards regarding planning and permits affecting the Delta, managing the Delta Regional Monitoring Program and monitoring. Indirectly managing staff within the CV Salts program, working on the development and implementation of salt and nutrient planning activities in the region, engaging with tribal groups in the development and designation of tribal beneficial uses in the region's surface waters. Largely due to unfortunate timing, this program was disproportionately hard hit in 2024 when a bad budget year forced the state to eliminate vacant positions. One of the biggest accomplishments of the past year was basin planning managers working with the leadership team to reallocate resources to slowly rebuild the program. And even during those challenging times, the program completed the 2024 triennial review, which provides a roadmap for planning actions over the next few years. The teams also completed scientific peer review for basin planning and TMDL actions and developed a new harmful algal blooms, or HABs, webpage. Next slide, please. During fiscal year 24-25, Basin Planning Program staff successfully added a project to the 24 triennial review, adopted by the board in December of 2024, to update the basin plans to include references to CalEnviroscreen and the state and regional board's racial equity resolutions. Additionally, the planning staff used equity tools to identify intersections of disadvantaged communities and impaired water bodies to support future project planning. Lastly, program staff increased environmental justice engagements. During fiscal year 24-25, to support the development of tribal beneficial uses designations, staff participated in an EPA tribal meeting in Clear Lake, expanded the tribal beneficial uses team, and assigned a new project lead. Staff in the Delta and FHAB programs engaged with BIPOC communities by partnering with Restore the Delta, an EJ and advocacy group for harmful algal bloom monitoring. Looking ahead, future program objectives include continuing development of tribal beneficial use designations. Tribal engagement and developing trust with the tribes are key to success, as this project heavily relies on tribal support and their active participation to support TBU designations and staff report development. Additionally, we plan to remove the current goals that set expectations for Delta RMP data analyses and monitoring planning, and pivot to developing a Region 5 planning program prioritization and project planning schema that integrates EG concepts. Finally, we plan on working with the State Water Board's Office of Information Management Analysis and Restore the Delta, a grassroots campaign committed to saving the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary, to ensure that HAB toxin analysis data are readily accessible. HAB samples collected by Restore the Delta from waterways near Stockton are used for recreational advisories. Data from these samples, however, are not yet readily accessible to the public. Next slide, please. SWAMP. The California Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program was created to fulfill the legislative mandate for a unifying program to coordinate all surface water quality monitoring conducted by the state and regional water boards. SWAMP conducts water quality monitoring directly and through collaborative partnerships and provides numerous reports, fact sheets, and tools, all designed to support water resource management in California. SWAMP goals include efforts to 1, evaluate ambient water quality, beneficial use protection, and potential sources of impairment. 2, evaluate effectiveness of the Water Board water quality improvement policies. 3, coordinate internal and external monitoring efforts to leverage limited resources. And 4, ensure timely availability of monitoring results. This past year, SWAMP got caught in the loss of numerous discretionary contracts. Nevertheless, the team completed multiple recreational beneficial use assessments and a microbial source tracking study in Wolf Creek. Next slide, please. Pursuant to the resolution, staff implemented the goal of translating the Lower American River E. coli map to Spanish in fiscal year 24 and 25 as well. As part of the revised goals, SWAMP staff intend to develop a prioritization and project planning schema that integrates EJ concepts. Additionally, future objectives for SWAMP include continued efforts to translate program materials, including online maps, into additional languages to increase accessibility. The prioritization schema for SWAMP will be developed in conjunction with the new prioritization schema for the basin planning and TMDL programs. The schema for swamp may have additional considerations such as sample collection and handling requirements for prioritizing future swamp projects. Staff will also coordinate with DAS to procure water board logoed high visibility vests, which will bolster staff legitimacy in the field and thereby enhance safety for field staff. I'll now hand it over to Katie to present CV salts.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Katie Gilman. I'm an engineering geologist in the Reading office's non-point source unit. And I will be first discussing the CV Salts program. The Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability Initiative, CV Salts, is a stakeholder-driven effort that developed a regulatory framework to address legacy and ongoing salt and nitrate accumulation. In 2018, the board established the Salt and Nitrate Control Programs. Implementation of the Nitrate Control Program began in 2020, and implementation of the new salinity regulations began in January 2021. The Salt and Nitrate Control Program has been phased with specific implementation activities required for salt and another set of implementation activities required for nitrate. In this past year, the program continued to make remarkable progress. As prior updates to the board have described, the Nitrate Control Program has progressed from a planning phase to an implementation phase. To facilitate this transition, the Executive Management Group allocated resources to establish a new Environmental Program Manager position that will provide oversight and strategic direction as the permitting teams start taking over from the planning teams. Bob Ditto, who has appeared before you as the manager of the ILRP's enforcement unit, has been promoted to this new role. The program has also completed a review of numerous deliverables under the Nitrate Control Program's Priority 2 management zones, including early action plans and preliminary management zone proposals. The team will continue to work on the development of an exception resolution that will be brought before the board this summer. Next slide, please. A huge component of CV Salts is the Nitrate Control Program's replacement water program. The EJ goal for CV Salts is to continue work on this project. In 2024-2025, this goal was met as the Priority 1 management zones continued outreach for interim and long-term drinking water programs, and the Priority 2 management zones began implementing free well testing and safe drinking water programs. As we look to the future, continued progress is again the goal. Under Bob's leadership and working with the team that got us to where we are now, you will see exceptions being brought to the board to encode the management zone implementation plan requirements into enforceable permits. Next slide. Now to the non-point source program. Non-point source pollution is the leading cause of water quality impairments in California. The primary non-point sources in the Central Valley include runoff and percolation from land use activities related to agriculture, timber harvests, cannabis cultivation, abandoned mines, recreation, and urban and rural development. The goal of the Central Valley Non-Point Source Program, NPS program, is to restore waters impacted by NPS pollution and protect unimpaired water bodies by assessing problem sources and implementing management programs. NPS program activities are funded by 319H resources and implemented by 6 different units within the region. Over the past year, Non-Point Source 319H staff updated the 2025 to 2030 5-year implementation plan with State Board. This guiding document prioritizes funding for key pollutants and water bodies and is set for State Board approval in December. This past year, work under a grant addressing rural road sedimentation in the Campfire Perimeter was completed, while a similar grant was awarded to the Battle Creek watershed. Additionally, the park fire debris cleanup under the Environmental Protection Plan was finalized, and post-fire water quality was monitored. Next slide. The goal for the previous fiscal year was to include racial equity and environmental justice concerns in the 5-year implementation plan that is submitted to the US EPA. Unfortunately, due to the significant policy changes at US EPA that disallowed state plans to continue DEI initiatives and verbiage, this goal was put on hold. The next 5-year plan will be developed starting in 2029, and this goal will be reevaluated at that time. For the next year, the program will focus performing targeted outreach to disadvantaged communities regarding 319H funding opportunities. We will still be doing great work in this program, but EJ-specific goals will be shifted elsewhere to other programs. Now I will turn the presentation over to Michelle to describe ongoing work in the board's administrative program.
Good morning, Chair Advis and members of the board. My name is Michelle Delena, and I am the manager in the board's Fresno office overseeing office positions in the administrative support program. I will be speaking on the board's administrative program. Next slide. The regional board employs approximately 260 permanent employees and 40 temporary or part-time employees. Of those staff, 16 as our administrative support team. The administrative support program provides administrative operational support for the management of the technical and regulatory programs across 3 offices, Rancho Cordova, Redding, and Fresno. Our administrative program staff play a key role in our infrastructure, not only in the day-to-day operations, but also working within the regulatory programs to ensure that our staffing resources are used efficiently. This past year, they continued to manage our office space, the region's fleet of 28 vehicles, 2 boats, and 5 ATVs. This includes oversight of the initial stages of a massive rehab of the 11020 Sun Center Drive office that is just now wrapping up. They respond to a huge number of invoice calls and process procurement orders to ensure that our staff have the gear that are needed to do their jobs. They process nearly 10,000 documents each year and numerous claims to ensure that you get reimbursed for your travel that you take to meet the needs of this region. Next slide. The State Waters Board's team oversees recruitment efforts throughout all regions, divisions, and offices of the board. The State Board's 23 through 25 Racial Equity Action Plan outlines a commitment to ensuring race does not predict professional outcomes for employees. Talent acquisition is a key component of this strategy, with goals that include diversifying recruitment and expanding outreach to underrepresented communities. Our commitment was to work with the State Water Board to achieve this commitment. Progress on this goal is ongoing. We are working with the newly appointed manager of the Talent Management section, along with our Human Resources team, to discuss the expansion of the recruitment initiatives aimed at better serving under-resourced communities and tribal nations. In the future, we plan on continuing this work. Other objectives of the program are tied to the overreaching goal of the program, which is to advance the region's mission by delivering consistent, high-quality assistance to internal and external customers. A key focus is maintaining a safe, welcoming office environment that meets staff needs. We therefore will continue our collaboration with the State Board's Division of Administrative Services and Department of General Services, DGS, to facilitate the ongoing reconfiguration of the Rancho Cordova office and working on the strategy planning for the future relocation of the Fresno office. Now back to Patrick.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Next, we have the special permitting programs. While they operate under the same statutory authority as our Non-15 program and other programs, they are subsets that address specific water quality needs of various industries and various watersheds. So next up, I'll go over to Matthew. Next slide.
Hello again, members of the board. In the Central Valley region, there are approximately 30,000 irrigated agricultural operations on over 6 million acres of land. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, or ILRP, regulates these operations to protect beneficial uses of surface and groundwater. Implementation of the general orders include oversight of the coalitions and grower activities and management of the water quality data. Compliance and outreach activities include maximizing grower enrollment and order compliance. Coordination is facilitated through regular stakeholder meetings and other venues. As of July of this year, the program has overseen the collection of 26,000 samples of 14,000 domestic wells to ensure communities and individuals are informed of whether their wells are contaminated or not. The program completed 17 surface water quality management plans, a term that means that the program worked with a coalition to rectify water quality impacts that were observed in the surface water monitoring program. Like several other programs, last year marked a year of transition. Eric Warren became the program manager of the ILRP. His replacement was hired in the Fresno office, and a new environmental scientist also joined the team. Next slide. In regards to fiscal year 24-25, ILRP staff worked with the University of California Extension to develop outreach materials and training modules for small diversified farms. The ILRP and CV Salt's drinking water well data sets have also been integrated by Priority 1 management zones, allowing for outreach to individuals with nitrate impacted drinking water wells. Reporting for both irrigated lands and management zone is publicly available in the Executive Officer's report and the CV Salt's dashboard. And future objectives will include clarifying and updating web pages to improve accessibility and continuing to find ways to better engage diverse growers and disadvantaged communities. Now I'll pass it over to Rebecca, who will be presenting on the oil fields program.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm not sure this is on. Oh, okay. I just need to talk louder. Okay, good morning, board members and chair. My name is Rebecca Asami, and I am a senior EG in the Fresno office, and I will be covering the oil program. Most of California's oil production occurs in the Central Valley. Formation wastewater, or produced wastewater, comprises the largest volume of waste generated by oil production. Production wastewater is typically saline and often disposed of by land application, primarily ponds, or by underground injection. The goal of the oilfield program is to properly regulate oilfield discharges and oversee monitoring activities to ensure the protection of surface and groundwaters and human health. In the past year, staff accomplishments included conducting 9 permit application reviews, 44 inspections, and 28 pond closure work plan reviews. Regional board staff also worked with the California Geologic Energy Management Division, or CalGEM, and the State Water Board to jointly assess aquifer exemption proposals to assess whether an aquifer should be considered a current or future source of drinking water. The board conducted 3 such reviews last year. Board staff also participated in 27 underground injection control application reviews and responded to numerous spills. Lastly, program staff worked diligently to develop multiple basin plan amendments to facilitate the regulation of oilfield activities, one of which is being considered at this board meeting. Next slide. Thank you. The 24-25 oilfield program EJ goals include increasing outreach, preparing a site inventory list, using tools such as CalEnviroscreen to identify priority sites, and assessing potential receptors, including residential areas and municipal use water areas within the oil fields. In the past year, much progress was made on our program goals, but more work still needs to be done. Therefore, in the next year, program staff will finalize the prioritization list, and management will help staff focus on priority sites. Finally, program staff will increase outreach efforts by hosting community meetings and updating our program web pages to showcase our EJ-related work. So that is the oil program summary. Thank you, Chair and board members, and I will now pass it on to Mariana.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mariana Estrada. I am a water resource control engineer for Region 5 Oil Fields Unit, and today I will be talking to you about the land disposal program. The land disposal program regulates landfills, liquid waste surface impoundments, composting facilities, and facilities that house other waste containment units. Wastes disposed of at these facilities include municipal solid waste, hazardous waste, designated waste such as petroleum impacted soils, and non-hazardous and inert solid wastes. The program operates primarily under regulations found at Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations, which is why the program is often referred to as the Title 27 program. For the 24-25 fiscal year, the program brought 14 permits before the board and enrolled 3 facilities under the composting general order. Program staff conducted 25 site inspections, and lastly, due to a variety of emerging concerns over how California disposes of waste, including concerns related to the disposal of wildfire debris, to subsurface elevated temperature events, such as the incident at the Chiquita Canyon landfill, to PFAS, and to the disposal of animal carcasses due to the heat waves of increasing intensity and duration, program staff were called upon to lend their specialized expertise at evaluating a variety of proposals to modify existing law and regulations to ensure the continued protection of public health, the environment, and the state's water resources. Next slide, please. In the 24-25 fiscal year, the program's EJ goal was to revise screening criteria to account for environmental justice measures in the annual WDR prioritization process. We developed the process for considering CalEnviroScreen scores as one of the many factors we take into account as we work to prioritize cases for permit review and update which was done through new ArcGIS tools. This goal was achieved. Next year, this is one of many programs that will be working to overhaul the public-facing website to make it more useful for the public to review their work. The land disposal program has also began to increase their in-person public engagement and will continue to do so by attending public meetings pertaining to their sites. This will help our mission of increasing public engagement and recognition for the work that this program does. Now over to Petra.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. I am Petra Lee. I am a senior environmental scientist with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program in Rancho Cordova. So I'm going to talk about confined animal facilities, also known as CAFs. They are ranches where livestock are kept and fed in enclosures rather than having them graze. So calves include dairies, they can include feedlots and poultry items, poultry farms. Discharges from CAFs include manure, wastewater, and stormwater runoff that may contain waste constituents. Permits regulating calves typically include requirements for animal housing and corrals, production areas, ponds or lagoons, and land application areas, also known as cropland. Over the previous fiscal year, staff conducted a total of 263 inspections of dairy, feedlot, and poultry facilities. Staff also completed the review of 79 reports that were submitted for the installation of new lined wastewater retention ponds or anaerobic manure digesters. These reports included design and installation work plans, post-construction reports, and final fill reports. In addition, staff reviewed work plans for piezometer installations to monitor the groundwater elevation surrounding lined ponds and digesters, and design and installation work plans for Biofiltro's biodynamic aerobic wastewater treatment systems, or BETA systems. Next slide. In the upcoming fiscal year, the program will work towards its environmental justice goal of revising the dairy general order as directed by the State Water Board. When we develop the revised order, one of our priorities will be to ensure equitable, culturally relevant outreach is conducted in connection with our revisions, and to ensure that the order includes findings that address environmental justice, tribal, and racial equity impacts, developed in collaboration with those affected communities. Our environmental justice contacts were sent a summary of planned program projects and permit actions anticipated for this fiscal year, per the requirements of AB 2108. The project and permit actions include revising the reissued dairy general order as directed by the State Board and incorporating CV SALT requirements into the program. Staff will also participate in the CDFA's, the California Department of Food and Agricultural's grant program, facilitating digesters and alternative manure management technologies to be implemented on dairies. Now back to Heather.
Alrighty, now for the mines program. The Central Valley Water Board regulates 106 mine sites with known or potential water quality impacts through this program. This is a subset of the 47,000 abandoned mine sites with physical and/or environmental hazards identified throughout California by the Department of Conservation. Discharges of waste from these mine sites can have devastating effects on receiving waters and can significantly limit beneficial uses for miles downstream. When fully staffed, the team is composed of a little over 4 people. This past year, the mines program saw numerous transitions due to fallout from the prior budget year's reductions and a retirement. Despite operating at half strength for much of the year, the team did great work on several important mine sites and continued work on the program's revised water quality threat prioritization scheme. Next slide, please. Last year's goal was to incorporate consideration of disproportionate environmental burdens in our case prioritization scheme. An individual action plan guidance document was developed in August of 2024 as one of the program's SMARTY goals. However, progress stalled due to limited resources and multiple unplanned resource diversions. This work has resumed in 2025/2026. Next year, we plan on continuing work on this prioritization scheme and maintaining progress on priority sites, including Newton Mine, Afterthought Mine, Sulphur Bank Mine, Walker Mine, and Rising Star Mine. Now to Eric Warren.
Good morning, Chair Abdus, members of the board. My name is Eric Warren. I'm a supervising engineer and program manager for the region's Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I'll be speaking on the board's cannabis program, which regulates waste discharges associated with cannabis cultivation and related groundwater disturbance activities. The program is implemented through the principles and guidelines for cannabis cultivation and the statewide cannabis cultivation general order. Board staff engage in coordinated multi-agency permitting actions, compliance inspections, and if necessary, targeted enforcement actions. The program currently regulates 885 enrollees in the Cannabis General Order. Last year, program staff participated in 75 warrant inspections and conducted 13 follow-up inspections, issued 80 notices of violation, and issued 2 cleanup and abatement orders. The program has also piloted the use of desktop NOVs to support criminal cases, issuing 12 such NOVs in the past year. These are prepared and sworn to by staff based on their expert assessment of data such as aerial imagery, permit records, and other documentation, without the need for physical assessment. These can dramatically enhance criminal cases brought by law enforcement to address more significant water quality concerns. Next slide, please. During fiscal year 24-25, the Cannabis Unit's environmental justice goal focused on increasing the accessibility of outreach materials for permittees. This was achieved through working with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs to translate the program's general order outreach presentation into Hmong and Spanish. These videos were also made available on YouTube to increase accessibility. Looking forward, the unit intends to expand on the previous work by making outgoing correspondence available in multiple languages. This will be achieved through providing QR codes, which will direct recipients to the OPITA Translation Services site. Now I'll hand it over to Michelle.
There are approximately 16 million acres of federal and non-federal forested land within the 33 million acres of the Central Valley region. The Forest Activities Program works to protect rivers, lakes, and streams from pollution caused by forest management activities on these lands. High priority pollutants include sediment, oil and fuel products, pesticides, herbicides, and other waste materials. The Forest Activities Program concentrates on 4 main areas: permitting for commercial timber harvest projects, permitting and watershed restoration for federal land projects, including those managed by the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, permitting for vegetation management by utility companies, post-wildfire recovery efforts, which include debris and hazard tree removal, addressing rural road erosion issues, and involvement in the governor's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force Action Plan. Last year, the program saw the adoption of the federal lands NPS permit and the launch of online training modules. The program also finalized a new laboratory screening methodology for more than 140 pesticides and chemicals. This methodology was developed in cooperation with Southern California Coastal Water Research Project and the Office of Information Management and Analysis and Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. Next slide. Last year, the main goal was to get forest activity staff trained on the use of CalViruScreen tools. We also look forward to the newest version that will include wildfire risk. This additional layer of information will aid the program's focus since the scale of the CalViruScreen tool is limited in forest areas. Until the newer version is released, staff will use tools provided by CAL FIRE's Fire and Resource Assessment Program. We also conducted broad tribal outreach as part of the development of our federal non-police source permit. Future objectives include expected adoption of a new statewide electric utility general order to support wildfire prevention and mitigation work, which we will be responsible for implementing. SMARTY goals include updates to the program webpage to help the public and new dischargers access permit information and coordinating with CAL FIRE to update accessible educational materials that guide small landowners needing to conduct fuel management and post-fire salvage work. Now back to Patrick.
Right, and we now have the last 3 of the water quality programs. First of those is the Compliance Enforcement Program. And over to you, Mario.
Thank you, Patrick. Can everybody hear me? Pretty good. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Mario Jaramillo, and I work in the Fresno office for the Compliance and Enforcement Unit. The Compliance and Enforcement Unit program protects water quality by holding regulated facilities accountable for following laws, permits, and other regulations. This team inspects sites, responds to complaints, tracks violations, and takes timely enforcement actions. The Compliance and Enforcement Program was very busy in fiscal year 24-25. We produced 2,165 enforcement actions, ranging from notices of violation to more formal actions. The program has a large field presence, conducting 1,485 inspections. Addressing community complaints is also a high priority for this program. We received 229 complaints, largely through the publicly accessible Cal EPA environmental complaint system. 210 of those were closed within the fiscal year. This slide includes an image of E&J Gallo Winery, recipient of a stipulated cease and desist order during the fiscal year. Additionally, we had some inciting management adjustments in the program during fiscal year 24-25. In Reading, Jason Schroeder was promoted to a new position whose responsibilities include coordination of enforcement efforts in the Reading office. The Fresno office also had some adjustments, with Jill Galetter receiving a promotion to supervising working on compliance and enforcement activities in the Fresno office, and Alex Olson taking over as lead prosecutor role for AEO Christina Shoup in that office. Next slide, please. For fiscal year 24-25, the Compliance and Enforcement Program, EJ goals, were primarily focused on optimizing our usage of Cal EnviroScreen to assist in the prioritization of enforcement actions and increase our engagement with disadvantaged communities, or DACs. The outcome for fiscal year 24-25 included: first, we implemented the newly updated 2024 enforcement policy for the State Water Board, which emphasized the use of EJ and EnviroScreen goals. Next, we developed new compliance and enforcement program efforts and prioritization of a new tracking sheet. Lastly, we maintain close communication on compliance and enforcement efforts with DACs. An example is when we work closely with the City of Modesto regarding the issuance of a stipulated administrative civil liability order in October 2024, where the $325,000 penalty will be applied to a supplemental environmental project to help improve the unhoused community's access to sanitation facilities. Future EJ objectives for the Compliance and Enforcement Program include updating the program's webpage to improve accessibility to disadvantaged communities that are non-fluent in English. Additionally, our goal is to revisit completed compliance and enforcement actions to assess communications and identify areas of improvement. Now over to Marisol.
The Site Cleanup Program, or SCP, regulates and oversees the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites. Sites regulated by this program include large industrial facilities, military bases, oil refineries, factories, and smaller facilities such as dry cleaners and plating shops. Many properties are in urban and environmental justice communities, and cleanup often results in contaminant removal, reduced impacts to sources of drinking water, and opportunities for economic growth. Many closed sites require mitigation to ensure land users are adequately protected. An example of these mitigation measures include chemical vapor barriers installed during construction, as shown in the photo on the slide, that reduce potential for vapor intrusion. This past year, the Site Cleanup Program oversaw the successful closure of 25 sites, moved 12 sites into remediation, and moved 5 cases from inactive status to active status. Program staff also were able to support 9 sites under the Site Cleanup Sub-Account Program, or SCAP, which is a funding program that authorizes the state board to issue grants for investigation and cleanup of sites that are generally and financially disadvantaged or small communities. Next slide, please. The Site Cleanup Program had 2 goals during the past fiscal year. The first goal was to instruct staff on the availability of tools like Cal EnviroScreen, available in GeoTracker, to better understand the demographics and environmental burden of communities near their sites. Training for staff has also been conducted and integrated into onboarding material for new staff as well. The second goal was to continue outreach to Site Cleanup Program stakeholders. This was achieved by working collaboratively with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity and Tribal Affairs, and either participating in or hosting several community meetings to discuss cleanup program sites. Staff will continue to identify opportunities to have meaningful engagement with our stakeholders. Looking ahead, the cleanup program will review the program's portfolio to work and understand the reduction in dischargers, voluntary cost recovery enrollment. From this assessment, program management will work to identify approaches to address these impediments to cost recovery enrollment. Program staff will also provide regulatory oversight for several sites funded through a Site Cleanup Sub-Account Program contract in order to identify sources of contamination. Many of these sites are located in disadvantaged communities. Lastly, Program management will work collaboratively with the regional board programs and state board to assess current public-facing information sources like GeoTracker and develop new guidance material where appropriate. This could include an update to the interactive GeoTracker module or instruction videos. Now back to Petra.
All right. Hello, I'm Petra again. The underground storage tank, also called UST, and above ground storage tank, AST program, it oversees the cleanup of spills and leaks from storage tanks. These tanks have historically released gasoline, diesel, or waste oil. So currently, we are actively managing cleanup efforts at approximately 200 leaking underground tank sites. Since the program's inception, over 300 underground storage tank releases have been thoroughly investigated, remediated, and closed under our leadership. Last year, we closed 40 sites, achieving 91% of our target despite facing significant state and federal contracting challenges that were beyond our control. We collaborate closely with the State Water Board's Division of Financial Assistance to secure funding for these critical cleanup initiatives. Many sites qualify for the Cleanup Fund, which provides essential funding to responsible parties for investigation and remediation that ensures that environmental hazards are addressed promptly and efficiently. Next slide. The UST program has two main environmental justice goals. The first is to develop a means of prioritizing efforts to move stalled cases towards closure where cases are located with environmental justice communities. Second is to develop public outreach guidelines to incorporate meaningful civil engagement consistent with the requirements of Assembly Bill 2108. The underground storage tank program largely met these goals. We prioritize sites based on their CalEnviroScreen scores. When a case becomes stalled, we work closely with State Board and US EPA staff to identify and implement the steps necessary to remediate the site. For all our cases, we conduct public outreach and notify the community when we believe the case no longer poses an environmental threat. We translate materials for surrounding properties and ensure they are accessible to all. For future objectives, we are conducting an in-depth review of all cases within CalEnviroScreen with CalEnviroScreen scores above 90. 54 active cases in our region met this criterion. Many of these cases are located in Stockton, and we're currently working with the city to identify funding. Additionally, we will review our public outreach procedures and ensure that GeoTracker is readily accessible to these communities. Now back to Patrick.
Last slide. And I do really want to express my gratitude to the Environmental Justice Work Group. All of them worked really diligently and with our program managers, learned in many cases a little bit about another program, and then came before you to talk about what our goals were and what we've done in the programs over the past year. I give this presentation in a slightly different form every year. One year we had the videos, other year we had case highlights. I think this year I want to go with a more traditional approach because realistically, we got hit pretty hard a couple years ago with the cuts that came through. Lost a lot of positions, lost a lot of federal funding, lost a lot of discretionary funding as well. So I wanted to kind of describe how all the programs really dusted themselves off, reprioritized, and then moved on their way, all while maintaining progress on the racial equity goals that we laid out. The other thing is that I think you'll see a lot of these programs have transitioned their environmental justice, racial equity goals from something that they do as special to something that they do as part of their core work. For example, the UST and AGT program, the site cleanup program, train their staff on the use of the EnviroScreen tools. And now it's something that you consider as you're doing a case evaluation. What does the community look like? What tools are available? And so it won't necessarily be appearing as a standalone SMARTY goal. Instead, it will be incorporated into the work plans as part of our day-to-day activities. And for next year, I think you've also seen a number of the programs have resolved to work towards website updates. So next year, next August, We may provide this in written form with a bunch of links to hopefully some updated websites at that time. Again, much thanks to the team. Thanks for all of you for showing up for a bunch of meetings. I know a lot of it was, hey, we got to meet next week. Let's talk with all the program managers, and the program managers for being open and basically talking about their programs with somebody who's new. And opening their programs, their work plans up to scrutiny by folks who maybe haven't worked in that program, and answering some tough questions like, have you really achieved this objective, and what are you going to be doing next? Lots of great work in this area. And again, applaud all of you, and can take any questions from the board at this time.
All right, thank you, and thank you to everyone and all the staff time. And that obviously is recognized and acknowledged the amount of effort that's required to make a presentation like that, but also highlights the breadth and scope of the numerous regulatory programs, and obviously on top of that, the important, very important goals of meeting our racial equity and EJ goals. So with that, any questions, comments from any board members?
Yeah, I'd like a little clarification. You mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that the federal administration has required us to scrub some of the DEI language, I guess, out of certain programs.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
programs are the ones that are they the ones that are funded partially by EPA?
I think most of what we do is very neutral, right? You know, we enforce water pollution laws, and doing so and doing the outreach obligations, you don't need a DEI tag to do that work. And so a lot of it just continues in stride. The one program that was affected was the 319H program, which is a federal grant program under the Clean Water Act to deal with non-point source pollution. Essentially, we submit a plan, we work on it with the state board. It contains the 5-year spending that is given out by the federal government. It's not a huge program, a few $1 million here, a few $1 million there. In the big scheme of thing, it's not that big. But they asked us to remove references to our racial equity resolution and some of the racial equity goals that we had built into that. That's consistent with a lot of the administration's policy. You know, I'm disappointed to see that happen. Understand that it is their position, that's their prerogative to do so. We adapted, you know, and we are going to continue doing a lot of work. You know, just as it shakes out, a lot of that non-point source work in those watershed areas happen to be disadvantaged communities. So it's not like we're pulling the funding on anything, but that extra layer, that extra scrutiny, and that specific reference to our racial equity resolution was removed because it really is their federal work plan, their funding agreement there. Everything else continued pretty much as is, you know, and again, our recruitment is neutral on its face. We hire the best candidate for any position that applies to us. But we really do want to make that extra effort to go out to schools, go out to engineering programs, go out to geology programs that that may not have heard about us yet, you know, that may not have had active engagement from the board. And so that's really kind of where some of the most significant efforts are happening, but not any huge changes. But I think we were all kind of taking a gut check and making sure that we were in alignment with any federal funding source as we kind of moved into this fiscal year.
Thanks. It's good to hear we're not backpedaling on any of that after all
Not
the effort that's
backpedaling on
gone
anything.
into it.
I
That's good to hear.
am grateful that state of California remains squarely behind environmental justice. You've heard from Cali PA Secretary Yana Garcia a number of times of very vociferous support for the work that we do here and the outreach that we conduct under the laws and regulations of the state of California.
I have one other specific question. What's the status of the federal NPS permit, and didn't the feds petition that to?
They did petition it to the state. They petitioned a number of other orders to the state. We are continuing to work with the other regions to synchronize kind of permit deliverables and working with the feds. They are not operating under the best of circumstances right now. They were victims of a shutdown for a while, and certainly all of them are operating under reduced resource needs. That was one of the reasons why, as mentioned during the presentation, we got an on-demand online training module to expose folks to that thing, and that was conducted internally here at the Water Board so we can show federal partners what our expectations were. We used contract resources from a couple of years ago to do that. So we're still implementing the permit. we believe its deliverables are quite reasonable. And we're working with the other regions to make sure that there isn't, that we address the concerns about cross-region collaboration, and certainly working with the state board too on that. But no major direction, no major kind of reversal in what we're doing as of the current moment.
I have a clarification question. I heard many times enhanced outreach mentioned. I just want a little more information about that.
I think a lot of it is making sure our mailing lists tend to be kind of archaic, and the legal requirements are fairly minimal for a lot of the outreach happening in communities. So what we're doing, say for a case closure or for a planning action, we are checking additional databases. We have now a tribal coordinator, which, believe it or not, we have more tribes in the Central Valley than virtually the rest of the state combined in terms of how many tribes we have within this region. Maintaining a list of tribal contacts is tough. The tribes in many cases don't have a lot of funding sources. When you're talking about hundreds of different, folks and access to, secure Wi-Fi on occasion is an issue. So we have a tribal coordinator that is really going the extra mile to make sure that their contact lists are updated, and that, you don't just send an email, that you call, that you try and make sure you have constant communication with that tribe to understand what their issues are and explain them in kind of plain language. The translation requirements are also fairly minimal in terms of what the law requires, and we're going far beyond that, translating stuff into a variety of language. There's linguistic isolation tools that we've been using that we haven't used before, to really take a look at a community, figure out whether is Spanish good enough, or do you want to look at other, is a Punjab translation ideal for getting to these members of this community? A lot of it, our team is scientists and, technology adept folks. And so there's a lot of online tools that are available now that were not available 5-10 years ago. So it's using those, really making sure that it's not just a, click the email mail out, which in many times actually does satisfy the legal requirement. It's picking up the phone, it's flyering in the neighborhood, it's posting on, in the local post office, it's maybe going to a community center, putting up some flyers in multiple languages to tell some folks that this site is being closed, here's how to find more information. QR codes are cool too, and we're starting to use those. I know it's 10 years behind, but we're the state, we don't move that quick sometimes, but all that goes into strategizing about how to communicate with the community about issues that may affect them.
Well, I know with the tribes, the one-on-one connection is way more effective than clicking on an email.
Certainly. And I think that there has been very significant shifts at the state board too. I think a recognition that this communication is a goal of the administration and a goal of Cali PA. There's been a reorganization. Now it's a specific Office of Public Engagement, Equity, Tribal Affairs, OPEDA. You may have heard that acronym a few times in the presentation. It is organized quite differently now, and really has the full support of the State Water Board and Cal EPA to do additional work in this area. Tribal engagement policies, other things that we didn't have a few years ago are either in development or have been recently completed. Now, there's a lot there.
All right. Denise, I see you popped on the screen. I don't know if that's for...
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to comment on the overall presentation. I remember when I got on the board back in 2014, it was a long list of 17, 19 programs and the narrative, and everybody read. And, we went into, as Patrick mentioned, into doing more of a video program. And I'm just looking at the changes over the years in the presentation of the annual programming and how you've laid it out. It's very clear. It explains things to just a person in the public that doesn't have a real understanding of all the work that the staff does. So I'm really impressed with that. I know with the racial equity work that you're doing, this is also new from where it was 8, 10 years ago, and that you're continuing, the staff is continuing to try to deliver and make sure we do outreach to all of our constituents, particularly those in the vulnerable community. So I'm really appreciative. I mean, the fact that we have reduced staff, yet we continue to meet the annual goals and objectives. Complaints from enforcement, 229, and you address 210. And over 91% of the closures of the UST sites. So, I mean, I'm just impressed with the work that's being done, and kudos to the staff. Through COVID, through the changes with the federal government, the staff continues to be creative and do the best possible work as far as outreach and how you address the work that you do and make sure we meet all of the goals and objectives. Tremendous accomplishments, and kudos to the staff and the executive staff and all the work that you do. I think it's a very good amount of work during some challenging times, and you continue to meet the mark. So I'm very appreciative of all that you've done. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation as well.
Thank you so much, Denise. And I will say, whenever that end of the year comes around and it's 229 with 210 addressed, those 19 weigh on that program manager, and they'll work to close out those next 19 as quickly as possible. But thank you very much. And all credit goes to the team here who put a lot of work into this.
Yeah, Sean?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of programs within that presentation, and definitely takes a lot of staff teamwork effort to get all those informations and present it to us. So I truly appreciate it. I love the fact that we expanded our translation program to the Latino community and the Hmong community, and I hope that we will continue to expand that program to different groups. So appreciate that. I think that shows the commitment that we have to really be a better at outreaching to non-speaking English community. So that's going to close that gap that we talked about often. And that speaks to that racial equity. And I'm very happy to see the goals that are met and the goals that we are continue to work on to be met. So I love that. So overall, I'm just very impressed as well. Echoing Denise feedback for sure. My recommendation that I want to see going forward, if possible, I want to see if it fits, let's get some sort of videos from different county of folks, giving feedback of the issues that they had or having, and the type of action that we work with them, and how that translate to resolution.
Yeah.
And I think that provides a very transparent feedback for us board and for the staff and for the community at large. So yeah, I think this is great work. And yeah, I mean, I wanted to also say, yeah, with the reduction of funding and, we lost some staff and so forth, we still managed to do all the work that needs to be done and more under Patrick's leadership. So I really appreciate, all the hard work. And so happy holidays.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Board Member.
All right, thank you. Patrick, does that conclude this item?
That's it for today.
Well, thank you very much. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to speak on this item?
No commenters.
All right. All right, moving on to the approval of the minutes. I hope everyone has had a chance to take a look at the October 10th, 2025 minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes?
So move.
Seconded.
All right, motion by Bradford, second by Reader, all in, I guess, take a roll, please, Mindy.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee Reader,
Aye.
Chair Abdus.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Now on to item number 8. This is the consideration of uncontested items. The board will consider agenda items 9, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll open it up to see if we have any speakers on this item. On the uncontested calendar, any?
We have Brian Ball representing Treehouse Almonds. This was agenda number 14 that moved from the contested calendar to the consent calendar. And he's answer questions if the board has any questions.
So noted. Thank you, council. Do you have a comment? Oh, okay, thank you. Are there any late revisions?
No late revisions.
Okay, so I do have a motion to approve the uncontested items by Reader.
Briefly, item 9 should be considered separately because it's a cease and desist order. Yeah, item 9 and then the remainder.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So to be clear, item 9 is the rescission of the cease and desist order, and we will have a separate vote on that item. Okay. So items 13, 14, 16, and 17. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Baggett. Mindy, please take the roll.
For Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett, Vice Chair Lee Reader,
Aye.
Chair Abdus.
Yes. We'll now move on to item number 9. At this point, the board will consider the rescission of the cease and desist order number R5-2014-0046 for the O'Neill Beverages Company LLC, Reedley Winery and Distillery, Fresno County. So if you are a person that is at the meeting, either in personally or virtually, and wish to speak, please make your intent known at this point, unless we have anything. Legal counsel, do you want to provide any context in terms of the action here? Are we hearing from folks?
No, this is an uncontested item and you can move to a vote if you choose to.
Okay. So with that, do we have any speakers on this item, Mindy?
No speakers.
All right. Seeing no speakers, do I have a motion to approve this uncontested item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please take the roll, Mindy.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett, Vice Chair Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Chair Abdus.
Yes. All right. Before we move on to item 10, I'd like to take a little break unless staff advises otherwise. 10-minute, so that would bring us to, what is that? 10:55. So break until 10:55. On to item number 10. We're going to hear now on the Tulare Lake Basin proposed basin plan amendment. This is the time and the place for a hearing to receive oral comments and to consider a resolution to adopt an amendment to the Water Quality Control Plan for the Tulare Lake Basin to remove the municipal and domestic supply and agricultural supply beneficial uses from groundwater within a designated horizontal and vertical area within and surrounding the administrative boundaries of the South Bell Ridge Monument Junction and, is it Kimrick or Simrick? Oil fields in Kern County near McKittrick, California. If you are a person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out the blue card at the reception table and give it to a staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not yet registered, please raise your hand now. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. This time, testimony should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand and raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. After the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. Please state your name, address, and affiliation before speaking. Does legal counsel have any issues at this point to discuss?
We do have two presenters that will have more extended comments from Valley Water and from Star Farms.
Okay, and when we say extended, what?
Don't have a time limit for either of them, but
Okay,
I'm just, reasonable time.
okay. All right, at this point, we will hear the staff presentation.
All right, good morning, Chair Abdus and members of the board. I am Alex Olson, and I am a supervising engineering geologist from the Fresno office and program manager of the oilfield program, and I've taken the oath. I am here today to present for your consideration for adoption a Basin Plan Amendment, or BPA, to de-designate municipal and domestic supply, MUN, and agricultural supply, AGR, beneficial use from groundwater within an area near several oil fields in Kern County. Our mission is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of the Central Valley's water resources for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses for the benefit of present and future generations. However, de-designation of a beneficial use is the recognition that there are water bodies in the Central Valley where a designated beneficial use may not be appropriate or necessary. A de-designation effectively removes protection from an identified water body, and that should not be undertaken lightly. That is why a de-designation must be supported by sufficient evidence that meets the criteria established in our basin plans. Today's proposed BPA asks the board to de-designate an approximate 6.6 square mile area for MUN and AGR beneficial use, including a de-designation of an approximate half square mile area just for MUN beneficial use. Next slide, please. During this presentation, we'll be discussing the project background and project area evaluated for de-designation, the evaluation approach used by staff to determine whether the de-designation is appropriate under the Tulare Lake Basin Plan, or the Basin Plan, the proposed alternatives, and staff's response to public comments. And then I will give staff's recommendation and answer any questions you may have at the end. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. Valley Water Management Company, or Valley Water, owns and operates two facilities within the project area for the disposal of oil field produced wastewater, or produced water. The McKittrick 1-1 facility is an interconnected pond system with approximately 41 acres of unlined ponds. The McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility is also an interconnected pond system with approximately 163 acres of unlined ponds. Disposal of produced water to the pond systems began in 1960. Discharge of produced water to the ponds at the facilities is regulated under Waste Discharge Requirements, or WDRs, Resolution number 69-199, and each facility's respective monitoring and reporting programs, or MRPs. The McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility is also regulated under Cease and Desist Order, or CDO, number R5-2019-0045. Produced water is sent to the facilities for disposal by oil producers from the nearby oil fields. Discharges to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility ceased in May of 2021, but the McKittrick 1-1 facility is still active. The quality of the discharge ranges in total dissolved solids, or TDS, concentrations between 8,400 to 56,000 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. The Central Valley Water Board, or Board, issued CDO order number R5-2019-0045 for the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility to address violations and threaten violations of the WDRs and the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. Discharges from the oil field produced wastewater ponds created a plume of wastewater that was migrating to the northeast. The CDO required Valley Water to complete specific tasks, including a report of waste discharge that would ensure future discharges are in compliance with the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. Valley Water complied with the CDO and ceased discharges to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility in May of 2021. Next slide, please. Following issuance of the CDO, Valley Water challenged the underlying beneficial use designations of MUN and AGR in the Tulare Lake Basin Plan that the CDO was designed to protect. The Superior Court supported the board's beneficial use designations, but found that the board must initiate a Basin Plan amendment process to review the beneficial uses beneath the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility. In alignment with the court's decision, the BPA was then prioritized in our triennial review and has been in development for the past several years. In addition, this BPA is consistent with the goals of the Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability Program, or CV SALTS, that encourages the board to review beneficial use designations where appropriate. Next slide, please. One more. Next slide, please. What is a beneficial use, and what are the board's responsibilities related to beneficial uses? State policy for water quality control in California is directed toward achieving the highest water quality consistent with maximum benefit to the people of the state. Surface water and groundwater provide many different benefits to the people of the state. The beneficial uses define the resources, services, and qualities of these waters that are the ultimate goals of protecting and achieving high water quality. The Basin Plan designates the beneficial uses for groundwater and surface water throughout the region. The Water Board is charged with protecting all these uses from pollution and nuisance that may occur as a result of waste discharges in the region in accordance with our basin plans. Beneficial use of surface waters, groundwaters, marshes, and wetlands serve as a basis for establishing water quality objectives and discharge prohibitions to attain these goals. For this project, we are looking specifically at de-designating the MUN use, basically drinking water use, and AGR use, which is uses of water for farming, horticulture, or ranching, including but not limited to irrigation, stock watering, or support of vegetation for range grazing. Next slide, please. As shown on this project location map, the white box represents the whole project area considered for beneficial use de-designation. In this case, the groundwater within portions of the project area is of poor quality and is extremely salty. And so most of the groundwater is not usable for drinking water or agricultural purposes. So is it reasonable to protect these uses when they are not supported by the groundwater quality. Next slide, please. Thank you. The project area is located in Kern County, west of Interstate 5, and is approximately 4.5 miles northwest of the unincorporated community of McKittrick. It is a mixed-use area dominated by undeveloped land, oil and gas-related activities, agriculture, and waste disposal. Next slide, please. The project area is within and surrounding the administrative boundaries of the South Belridge, Monument Junction, and Simrick oil fields in Kern County. The whole project area, considered for de-designation, consists of roughly 14 square miles. Properties within the project area include 72 parcels with 27 different owners. Currently, most of the land is vacant or used for oil and gas extraction, although it is zoned for agriculture by Kern County. A hazardous waste and industrial waste landfill in the project area is owned and operated by Clean Harbors. Agricultural production operations are conducted by Star and Star Cotton Growers, or Star Farms. The bulk of the oil and gas extraction land is owned by Era Energy, Chevron, and Berry Petroleum. And the oil field produced wastewater surface disposal facilities are owned and operated by Valley Water. Additionally, no towns or communities are located within the project area. Next slide, please. The project area is regulated under the Water Quality Control Plan for the Tulare Lake Basin. The Central Valley Water Board incorporated State Water Resources Control Board Resolution number 8863, the Sources of Drinking Water Policy, into the Tulare Lake Basin Plan in 1989. The Basin Plan designates all surface water bodies and groundwater in the basin as supporting the MUN beneficial use, unless specifically identified in the Basin Plan as a water body not supporting the use. The Basin Plan also identifies criteria the board must consider when deciding whether to de-designate a water body. There are several criteria, including one for water bodies where the TDS exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter, provided that the water body is not expected to supply a public water system. However, these criteria are not self-implementing, and all de-designations require a Basin Plan amendment to remove the designated beneficial use. Next slide, please. Similar to MUN designation, the Basin Plan states that unless otherwise de-designated by the Central Valley Water Board, all groundwaters in the region are considered suitable or potentially suitable at a minimum for agricultural supply. The Basin Plan also provides criteria that the board must consider when deciding whether to de-designate the AGR beneficial use. In order to determine what level of pollution cannot support the AGR beneficial use, including the use of groundwater for irrigation, livestock, watering, and support of vegetation for range grazing, the Central Valley Water Board relies upon scientific literature to provide a threshold value. In this case, staff determined the appropriate salinity threshold that is generally considered to be protective of the AGR beneficial use. And just like the MUN beneficial use, their criteria are not self-implementing and require a Basin Plan amendment. Next slide, please. Criteria used to evaluate the proposed de-designation included consistency with federal and state law and policies, the sources of drinking water policy exceptions, protection of existing and future beneficial uses, maintaining agricultural production in the area, supporting the proactive control and management of salt for disposal in the western portion of the basin, technical feasibility, economic viability and reasonableness, scientific support by existing data, support of socioeconomic well-being for the project area, and ease of implementation. Next slide, please. Now I would like to introduce Rebecca Asami, who will be discussing the next slides.
Good morning again. board members and chair. My name is Rebecca Asami. I am a senior EG in the Fresno office, and I have taken the oath. In this slide, I will provide some definitions to help clarify terms and ideas you might hear used throughout this presentation. Those terms are project area, which is the 14 square mile area the board was mandated to evaluate for MUN and AGR groundwater beneficial use dedesignation, and project zone, the space that underlies the project area. This includes the surface and extends vertically to the base of the Tulare Formation. Based on staff's evaluation of the project zone, staff determined that insufficient water quality data existed to support dedesignation within the entire project area and project zone, and because of this, the project zone and project area were revised. Therefore, we have the revised project area, which is the horizontal extent within the project area that encompasses Valley Water Facilities, McKittrick 1 and -1 and McKittrick 1 and 1-3, that board staff support for dedesignation of MUN and AGR groundwater beneficial uses, and the revised project zone, which underlies the horizontal extent of the revised project area and extends vertically from the surface to the base of the Corcoran Clay Equivalent, or CCE. Next slide. Now I will expand on how staff decided where we could support dedesignation. The project zone evaluation focused on MUN and AGR beneficial use of groundwater within the alluvium and Tulare Formation. When considering the horizontal and vertical dedesignation boundaries, staff felt it was appropriate to focus on water quality data within the project area. However, staff also reviewed information regarding the subsurface geology and confining layers, the oil field boundaries, and the presence or absence of water supply wells. Staff reviewed historic information, geologic reports, well logs, groundwater depth and flow direction data, groundwater quality data, and well use information within the project area. Based on the available water quality data, staff found that groundwater in the revised project zone has total dissolved solids, or TDS, concentrations in the alluvium that exceed 3,000 milligrams per liter and sometimes exceeds 5,000 milligrams per liter. Next slide. To determine when there is pollution that meets the first AGR exemption criteria, the Central Valley Water Board must determine the numeric value for the applicable constituent where it no longer supports agricultural use. For salinity, which is measured in total dissolved solids, or TDS, the Central Valley Water Board must determine what levels do not support the use of groundwater for irrigation, livestock watering, and support of vegetation for range grazing. For purposes of this Basin Plan Amendment, based upon a scientific literature review, board staff utilized a salinity threshold value of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS as the upper limit for groundwater quality capable of supporting AGR beneficial uses. Other concerns and water quality characteristics, such as boron, were not considered for this Basin Plan Amendment. However, it is anticipated that boron concentrations may be considered in an upcoming Basin Plan Amendment for dedesignation of MUN and AGR beneficial uses. That Basin Plan Amendment is anticipated to cover a large portion of western Kern County, including the project area. Next slide. This type log provides an illustration to give you a sense of the geology beneath the project area. For reference, the log is describing geology from the surface down to about 2,000 feet below ground. In the project area, the alluvium, which is outlined in orange, comprises the first sediments encountered and is roughly 200 to 400 feet thick. The alluvium is separated from the Tulare Formation by an approximately 30 to 80 foot thick basal clay known as the Corcoran Clay Equivalent, or CCE, which is highlighted in yellow here. Based on the available groundwater quality data, the CCE acts as a confining layer within the project area, separating the alluvial groundwater from groundwater in the Tulare Formation. The Tulare Formation, outlined in green here, is about 1,700 feet thick within the project zone and includes several clay units, including the Middle Tulare clay that can act as a confining layer within the Tulare Formation. The Middle Tulare clay separates the upper and lower members of the Tulare Formation. Next slide, please. Thank you. This figure shows the project area, facilities operated by Valley Water and Clean Harbors, and also TDS concentrations in the alluvium. Each number and triangle represents a monitoring well, which has provided TDS concentration data via sampling. TDS data is reported in monitoring reports submitted by Valley Water. These points represent all of the alluvial water quality data available for the project area. Most of these wells are operated by Valley Water. However, some located in the eastern portion are operated by Clean Harbors. Water quality data from monitoring wells provided staff with the information used to determine what areas could be de-designated. The blue and red hashed areas are the areas being de-designated and what we refer to as the revised project area in previous slides. Historic and continuing pond discharges in this area exceed de-designation thresholds, and available data for the alluvium north of the McKittrick 1 and 1 facility indicates that an apparent absence of groundwater in the alluvium there. Based on the water quality data available, staff concluded that within the alluvium, the red hash areas could be de-designated for both AGR and MUN uses. These are where the TDS concentrations are above 5,000 milligrams per liter. The blue hash marks represent areas where staff determined de-designation was appropriate for just MUN. These are where the TDS concentrations in the alluvium are above 3,000 but not 5,000 milligrams per liter. The purple hash areas are portions of the project area where staff determined there was a lack of water quality data. Where there are no hash marks, water quality data showed that staff could not support de-designation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Valley Water approached staff with concerns regarding the revised project area and noted that the original revised project area did not fully encompass the McKittrick 1-1 facility and the high TDS discharges from that facility. Staff considered that request and extended the de-designation area around that facility. This figure shows the revisions made by staff to accommodate this request. Additionally, changes have been made accordingly to the draft staff report and Appendix D, as well as the resolution. These changes are detailed in a late revisions document that was developed by board staff on December 11, 2025, to document all of the proposed late revisions. The late revisions are available in hard copy at the welcome table for this meeting. Next slide. In this same area, we see TDS concentrations recorded from the shallow Tulare Formation. The Tulare Formation is a large continental formation that is both horizontally and vertically expansive. Most of the western San Joaquin Valley is underlain by a Tulare Formation at some depth. Again, these water quality data points represent monitoring wells, most of which are operated by Valley Water. The wells are in place in only the shallowest portion of the Tulare Formation. For context, these wells are about 80 to 100 feet thick into the formation, but the Tulare Formation is about 1,700 feet thick in the project zone. These data represent all of the water quality data available from monitoring wells for the project area for the Tulare Formation. The dramatic change between TDS concentrations show that the alluvium differs from the Tulare Formation and provides evidence of a confining layer. Based on the data generally showing TDS concentrations less than 5,000 milligrams per liter, the limited water quality data from the Tulare Formation, and the data only representing the shallowest portion of the formation, staff decided not to include the Tulare Formation in the revised project zone and limit the dedesignation area to the base of the CCE. However, other proposals to amend the Tulare Lake Basin Plan may provide additional data points or additional information, which staff can consider for making further amendments. Next slide, please. Other analysis by staff included a California Environmental Quality, or CEQA, required analysis. Under CEQA, all proposed basin plan amendments require an environmental analysis of, specifically, potential environmental impacts, possible mitigation measures, and possible project alternatives. Next slide. Potential MUN use alternatives considered included a no-action alternative in which everything stays as it currently is, an alternative where MUN use is removed or dedesignated based on the Tulare Lake Basin Plan dedesignation criteria where TDS exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter and is not reasonably expected to supply a public water system within the revised project area with no vertical boundary. An alternative where dedesignation is based on the Tulare Lake Basin Plan dedesignation criteria where TDS exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter and is not reasonably expected to supply a public water system within the revised project area, and a vertical boundary or project zone that extends to the base of the CCE, or an alternative for the development of a site-specific salinity objective for the project area. Next slide. Potential alternatives for AGR beneficial use included a no-action alternative similar to the MUN no-action alternative, where again, everything stays as it currently is, an alternative where AGR use is removed or dedesignated within the revised project area based on a groundwater salinity concentration threshold of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS for both irrigation and livestock watering with no vertical boundary, an alternative with dedesignation of AGR use based on the same salinity threshold of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS within the revised project area, but with vertical boundaries that extend to the CCE, and finally, an alternative for the development of a site-specific salinity objective for AGR beneficial uses. Next slide, please. Based on the consideration of each alternative, staff's proposed preferred alternative is to dedesignate MUN groundwater beneficial use based on the Tulare Lake Basin Plan dedesignation criteria, where TDS exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter and is not reasonably expected to supply a public water system, and dedesignate the AGR groundwater beneficial use based on a salinity threshold of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS as interpreted from scientific literature, and to apply the dedesignation of MUN and AGR groundwater beneficial uses within the defined horizontal and vertical boundaries of the proposed revised project zone. Next slide. In addition, an environmental analysis was conducted for the preferred alternative. The environmental analysis indicated that there would not be any potentially significant environmental or cumulative impacts for the preferred alternative. This is primarily due to the fact that the proposed amendment would not have any significant effect on the existing physical environment. The proposed Basin Plan amendment simply recognizes that MUN and AGR use are not existing or attainable uses for the groundwater within our proposed dedesignation boundaries. The proposed Basin Plan amendment is also consistent with the applicable anti-degradation or anti-deg policies. The federal anti-degradation policy does not apply because it does not apply to groundwater. The regulatory changes that are being proposed are considered of maximum benefit to the people of the state because they would avoid forcing dischargers to expend exorbitant and unreasonable costs to protect uses that are not known to currently exist and are not anticipated to exist in the future. Furthermore, current dischargers will still be expected to implement best practical treatment or control of their waste to limit degradation, and the state anti-degradation policy will continue to apply to new discharges and reissued WDRs, or waste discharge requirements. Lastly, an economic analysis was not required, as there are 3 conditions under which an economic consideration must be considered in the context of a basin plan amendment. Those are the establishment or modification of water quality objectives, the implementation of an agricultural water quality control program, and impacts of reasonably foreseeable means of compliance with a new requirement or obligation imposed under the basin plan. None of these conditions are present for the project. Therefore, the economic analysis requirement did not apply. Next slide. Thank you, board members, and thank you, Chair. I will now pass it off to Jenny.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning, Chair Abdus and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Fuller, and I am a senior environmental scientist in the Rancho Cordova office, and I have taken the oath. I will be discussing the public engagement and responses to public comments we have received for this proposed basin plan amendment. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Board staff have implemented 3 significant public process efforts related to this proposed basin plan amendment. First, a consultation opportunity notification letter was sent to tribes associated with Kern County on September 30th, 2022, to provide an opportunity for the tribes to comment on and/or participate in the project. Then a CEQA scoping meeting was held online and in person on May 25th, 2023, in the community of Buttonwillow, California, located near the project area. Additionally, a 45-day public review and comment period for the draft documents of the proposed basin plan amendment was conducted from September 16th to October 31st, 2025. The notice regarding this public comment period was posted in English and Spanish on the board's project website, sent by mail and email to board listservs and interested parties, including tribes, environmental justice advocates, and property owners in the area. And additionally, physical copies of the notice were posted in both English and Spanish in the surrounding communities of McKittrick and Buttonwillow, which we have some photos of there. Next slide, please. The public comment period was held from September 16th to October 31st, 2025, and the board received 5 comment letters. They were received from the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, the Western States Petroleum Association, the California Independent Petroleum Association, the Valley Water Management Company, and Star and Star Cotton Growers LP, or Star Farms. These comment letters are available upon request from the board. Next slide, please. The comments we will be discussing today are the use of the value of 5,000 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids, or TDS, for the AGR beneficial use dedesignation threshold, consideration of additional data and information and expansion of the dedesignation area, the CEQA alternatives developed for the proposed BPA, that the evidence required for the dedesignation of MUN and AGR beneficial uses should not greatly exceed that of the original blanket designation of MUN and AGR, and opposition to the BPA from Star Family Farms, which owns and operates a farm partially in the project area. Please note that these comments do not include all of the comments submitted to the board during the public comment period due to the large volume of comments received. However, board staff responses to all the comments received are detailed in the board staff response to comments document in the hearing agenda. Next slide. Excuse me. One comment the board received was that the proposed use of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS as the numeric threshold for the AGR beneficial use dedesignation is not supported by the current scientific literature. The board staff response to this comment is that the AGR beneficial use is defined as uses of water for farming, horticulture, or ranching, including but not limited to irrigation, livestock watering, and support of vegetation for range grazing. Additionally, there are a wide range of TDS concentrations, including up to 9,000 milligrams per liter TDS, that appear in scientific literature to provide salinity thresholds that are protective of these activities. 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS is a reasonable threshold given the current knowledge available for this specific area and is supported by the literature. For example, literature from the National Research Council from 1974. Furthermore, all of the peer reviewers that evaluated the use of this value for the AGR threshold, which was 3 out of the 4 reviewers in total that had expertise in this area, agreed that the use of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS for the AGR threshold for this proposed Basin Plan amendment is appropriate. Next slide, please. Another comment submitted to the board was that in using 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS as an AGR threshold value, the board risks setting a precedent for future Basin Plan amendments. The board staff response is that board staff have made edits to the resolution for this proposed Basin Plan amendment that specify that the use of 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS for the AGR threshold for this action is not precedential. Every Basin Plan amendment is reviewed independently. Additionally, future academic and policy developments may set different thresholds for future actions. This may include current and future studies conducted by CV Salts. Next slide, please. An additional comment submitted to the board suggests designating the AGR beneficial use according to evidence of pollution instead of using a numeric threshold value. The board staff response to this comment is that under the Basin Plan, when considering designation of the AGR beneficial use, the board must consider where there is pollution that cannot reasonably be treated for agricultural uses. Additionally, to designate a water body for the AGR beneficial use, a threshold is required to evaluate if the water quality of the water body has pollution that does not support the agricultural beneficial use under the Basin Plan criteria for designation of the AGR beneficial use. Therefore, the reasonable protection of potential AGR uses within the area must be evaluated when determining the appropriate salinity threshold for considering designation of the AGR beneficial use. Next slide, please. Further comments received by the board were that the designation evaluation only considered TDS data. However, other constituents and criteria, such as boron and low well yield, should also be used to accurately determine if all of the groundwater is appropriate for designation of MUN and AGR. This is relevant because consideration of other contaminants and well yield could result in a larger designation area. The board staff response to this comment is that due to the time constraints of this Basin Plan amendment, board staff focused solely on TDS for the designation evaluation criteria for this project. Board staff does acknowledge that there may be areas of the project area that do not produce more than 200 gallons per day, which is a designation criteria in the Basin Plan for both MUN and AGR beneficial uses. However, there is insufficient data to support designation based on that criteria right now. It is also necessary to support for the inclusion of both constituents when considering designation of the MUN and AGR beneficial uses in the proposed future Basin Plan amendment for the SIPA Basin Plan amendment that's requested. Next slide, please. The board received an additional comment that the de-designation evaluation did not include all available applicable data and information. The board response is that as de-designation is not taken lightly by the board, since it removes protection from an identified water body, de-designation must be robustly supported by sufficient evidence that meets the criteria established in our basin plan. Therefore, all available and appropriate information pertaining to the water quality of the project area groundwater was evaluated. This includes water quality data from Valley Water, USGS, and SIPA. Staff reviewed all appropriate water quality data for groundwater in the entire project zone that was available to board staff before determining that the revised project zone met the criteria for de-designation. Consideration of constituents was limited to TDS in part because of the strict time constraints imposed by court-opposed deadlines. As discussed earlier, other developing basin plan amendments may utilize other criteria, and board staff will work with the project proponents to ensure that we have sufficient sorry, my paper does not have the rest, sufficient criteria to be evaluated. Next slide, please. Another comment that the board received was that the de-designation zone should extend horizontally to the dimensions of the current project area. As previously discussed in this presentation, de-designation is not to be undertaken lightly and must be well supported by sufficient evidence that meets the criteria established in our basin plan. Board staff proposed the horizontal extent of the revised project area after evaluating the available data and information in the project area, including comparing groundwater quality data to de-designation criteria thresholds. The revised project area is the horizontal extent supported by the currently available and appropriate information and data for the entire project area. Additionally, Valley Water approached staff with concerns regarding the revised project area and noted that the original revised project area did not fully encompass the McKittrick 1-1 facility and the high TDS discharges from the facility. Staff considered the request and extended the de-designation area around that facility. This revision, amending the revised project area, has been detailed in a late revisions document. The late revisions document was developed on December 11th, 2025, to document the board staff proposed revisions to the November 2025 draft staff report, its Appendix D, and the proposed basin plan amendment resolution. The late revisions document is available in hard copy at the welcome table for this meeting. Next slide, please. The board additionally received a comment that the vertical extent of the revised project zone should extend to the base of the Tulare Formation. Board staff found that there was insufficient water quality data available within the project zone to fully evaluate the vertical extent of the Tulare Formation for de-designation. The groundwater wells that staff used to evaluate the water quality of the Tulare Formation are located in the shallowest portion of the Tulare Formation. For context, these wells extend approximately 80 to 100 feet deep into the Tulare Formation, but the Tulare Formation is approximately 1,700 feet thick in the vicinity of the project zone. The dramatic difference between the TDS concentrations in the alluvium and the upper member of the Tulare Formation provides evidence of a confining layer, the CCE. Based on the available water quality data showing general TDS concentrations less than 5,000 milligrams per liter, the lack of data points, and the water quality data only representing the shallowest part of the Tulare Formation, staff decided not to include the Tulare Formation in the revised project zone for de-designation. The late revisions clarify that the de-designation vertical boundaries are from the ground surface to the base of the Corcoran clay equivalent, or CCE. Next slide, please. Another comment that the board received was that the alternatives evaluated for CEQA were not feasible, and that alternative number 2 should have encompassed the entire horizontal boundaries of the project area. However, the board staff disagree that all alternatives except the recommended alternative are unreasonable. The proposed alternatives are feasible and provide a range of alternatives based on the evidence and criteria for de-designation. In addition, the no project alternative is required under CEQA, but was not recommended by the board as the preferred alternative, since some of the groundwater does meet the criteria for de-designation of the MUN and AGR beneficial uses. Furthermore, board staff evaluated the entire project area for appropriateness of MUN and AGR beneficial use de-designation and found that only the revised project area and zone were supported by the current available information and data before creating alternatives numbers 2, 3, and 4 for further evaluation. Next slide, please. The board also received a comment that the board's request for the external scientific peer review of the proposed Basin Plan Amendment was skewed towards only the board staff recommended alternative and board staff recommended AGR designation threshold value. Board staff disagrees that inadequate criteria were provided to the peer reviewers. The peer review request included the entire draft staff report and its appendices, as well as all of the associated key references used to develop the proposed Basin Plan Amendment. Additionally, board staff diligently followed all the requirements for the external scientific peer review process. Next slide, please. Another comment received by the board was that since no CEQA analysis or data or evidence was required for the blanket designation of the MUN and AGR beneficial uses in the past, the amount of evidence required to de-designate for MUN and AGR beneficial uses should not be so robust. The board staff response to this comment is that the reasonableness of the blanket designation was upheld in the California Court of Appeals case, California Association of Sanitation Agencies versus State Board in 2012, which dictates that any change in the designated beneficial use of a water body requires an amendment to the basin plan. Additionally, the board must follow the criteria set forth in the basin plan when proposing to de-designate the MUN and AGR beneficial uses. Next slide, please. The board additionally received a comment from Star Family Farms, which has a farm located partially within the project area. Star Family Farms stated their opposition to the proposed Basin Plan Amendment as it is dismissive to the pursuit of protecting the groundwater supply as a vital resource of Kern County. They also stated that there is evidence of percolated oil field wastewater from disposal activity in the area of the proposed Basin Plan Amendment, moving east toward good groundwater in the vicinity of the project area, up gradient from the Great Valley Basin. The board staff response is that, as previously mentioned, de-designation is not undertaken lightly, and board staff have reviewed all the available and appropriate water quality data in the project area to determine the extent that de-designation is supported by that data in the groundwater. Additionally, an existing groundwater monitoring well network is in place within the project area to monitor groundwater and potential impacts to designated beneficial uses. Next slide, please. I would now like to welcome back Alex Olson to discuss the board staff's recommendation for the proposed Basin Plan Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. So what are the key takeaways? The key takeaways for this project are groundwater within the proposed revised project zone, while designated for MUN and AGR beneficial uses, is of poor quality and does not meet the water quality criteria necessary to be used for MUN or AGR beneficial uses. The groundwater salinity exceeds the threshold exemption criteria to de-designate MUN use based on the basin plan de-designation criteria, where TDS exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter and is not reasonably expected to supply a public water system. And it also exceeds 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS salinity concentration threshold used to define the narrative objective for AGR use. Additionally, the groundwater is not anticipated to be used in the future for either MUN or AGR beneficial uses. This amendment is beneficial in that it would prevent forcing dischargers to expend unreasonable costs to protect these beneficial uses that do not merit protection. While staff continue work to evaluate other constituents and water quality characteristics such as boron as part of a much larger basin plan amendment that covers a large portion of the western Kern County, including this project area. Therefore, the staff recommendation is to approve the staff report and its supporting analysis and to adopt the basin plan amendment as proposed. Next slide, please. Thank you. The team and I are available to take any questions or comments.
All right, thank you to staff. I think I'd like to request any board members put any questions after we hear from the public. So at this point, we will now hear from interested persons. Folks, as you're called up, please verify that you've taken the oath. Mindy, please start calling our interested parties.
Next, we have Melissa Thorne and Jason Metter have a presentation representing Stoll Revis.
All right. Are they online or are they here in person? Okay,
In person.
please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Abdis and the members of the board. We thank you for having us today. We do have a presentation. So I'm here with Valley Water. My name is Jason Metters. I have taken the oath. I'm the general manager for Valley Water. Today, we're going to provide our comments on the McKittrick Area Oil Fields BPA. Next slide, please. Valley Water does support the de-designation proposed. However, the area being proposed is too narrow in our opinion, and the depths are unclear and should be clarified and revised. Also, waiting until 2028 or so until the SIPA BPA that was mentioned is adopted is not a preferable option. And then finally, Valley Water believes modifications can be made at this hearing as a logical outgrowth of the comments of the peer reviewers and commenters. Next slide, please. So a little background here on Valley Water. I think it's already been mentioned, but produced water is oil field produced water that is generated at a rate of approximately 10 to 15 barrels for every barrel of oil that is produced. Sometimes it's greater than that amount. Valley Water is a 501c4 nonprofit organization located in Bakersfield, which operates an oil field produced water storage and management facilities for its membership, which makes approximately 20 small and large oil field oil and gas companies in Kern County. We've been in business for approximately 93 years. We have 6 active facilities and 9 inactive facilities, which include the McKittrick 1013 facility as one of those inactive facilities. I would like to note that these facilities were permitted, and at that point in time is acknowledged that they were located in areas with poor groundwater quality. And then last, I would also like to just acknowledge that we are also active participants in Civvy Salts. We're on the executive committee and we attend most of the meetings, and we're very involved in that process as well. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Melissa Thorne, our legal counsel.
Good morning, board members. I'm Melissa Thorne from Stoll Reeves. Can I have the next slide, please? So I wanted to give you just a little history. I know staff has done a great job on this and they've talked about it a little bit, but I just wanted to step back even further. It's like, why do we have these designations, some of them in the first place? So in 1986, the voters adopted the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act, which is also known as Prop 65, and that prohibited contaminating any, quote, source of drinking water. At that time, there hadn't been a definition of it, but it defined it as either a present source of drinking water or water that's identified or designated in a water quality control plan by a regional board as being suitable for domestic or municipal use. So in response to that, in 1988, the State Water Board passed the Sources of Drinking Water Policy 8863 to clarify the reference in relation to how the water boards would be using it. Next slide. So the regional boards each adopted their own version of the Sources of Drinking Water Policy, and you have one for the Tulare Lake Basin, which is Resolution 89098. And that incorporated the criteria from 8863 and said that it applied to all surface and groundwaters within the basin that currently have no beneficial use designation, and that they would be designated as MUN with the exception of these areas. So there is an argument that if they were designated with something else before then, that maybe they weren't designated as MUN, but we are where we are today. And so it's either above 3,000 and not able to supply a water system. It's been contaminated by either natural processes or human activities and can't be reasonably treated, doesn't provide more than 200 gallon a day sustained yield on average, or where the aquifer is regulated as a geothermal energy producing source or has been exempted under an aquifer exemption for underground injection. Next slide. So there were the waters in question had industrial and agricultural designations before 1989. And so arguably they weren't designated as MUN and then wouldn't need to be de-designated. But the response to comments interprets it differently, saying that the comment, no beneficial use designation, only referred to MUN. So we have a difference of legal opinion on that. Next slide. There's similar exemptions or exceptions for agricultural use. One is, again, where there were natural processes or human activity that caused the use to not be able to be met, where you don't have 200 gallons a day sustained yield, and the same geothermal exemption. Next slide. So here, this Basin Plan Amendment used the 3,000 for MUN and 5,000 for TDS. We believe that all the criteria must be considered and not just TDS. The agricultural exemption doesn't even mention TDS at all. And so we think boron is a criteria that needs to be looked at. We've gotten assurances that that will be looked at in the SIPA Basin Plan Amendment that's coming up. And so we're not pushing that right now, but just wanted you to know that we did put in substantial comments on this issue. And then the 5,000 TDS, that number applies to livestock watering, but there is no livestock watering in the project area, so we don't believe it really even applies here. So we're hoping that these issues can be cleared up in the Basin Plan Amendment for SIPA. Next slide, please. So staff alluded to the fact that there was litigation over this, and I just wanted to give you some of the flavor of what came out of that. And while they did uphold the ability to have a blanket beneficial use, and when I say that, in 1989, you know, with the wave of a wand, all these things became designated with very little data. I mean, the same data that you have here doesn't show that it is MUN. It doesn't show that it's not. So the judge said it's okay to use it as a tool, but then you have to come back and make sure it's accurate. And so he found that the regional board prejudicially abused its discretion by failing to subsequently investigate and refine those uses when there was information that these uses are not supported or applicable. And where the regional board has evidence that a use doesn't exist or can't be feasibly attained, it's unreasonable to require a discharger to incur control costs to to protect that use. Next slide. So the regional board has a continuing affirmative obligation to determine the factual accuracy of the previously designated use. And so it goes a little bit beyond just are the de-designation criteria met, but was the original designation accurate? And where the regional board has evidence that a use may not exist, that you have to expeditiously initiate efforts to consider correcting or removing the use designation. And if the regional board doesn't do so, then mandamus will lie. And he also said the burden is not on Valley Water to demonstrate that the designation was wrong, where the regional board already has evidence that it was wrong. Next slide. So we did make quite a few comments about the exception area being too narrow. And I believe that there has been a modification in the late changes to address part of that because the initially proposed area didn't cover the entirety of the 1-1 facility. Next slide, please. This change is supported by the peer reviewers who said that the lines on figure 2, which is the one that we're talking about, seemed a little artificial, and there was a high chance that high TDS was in the areas, both the green shown there and then the other area at the north west part of the facility near McKittrick 1 and 1. Next slide. These are previous basin plan exceptions that are in your basin plan. One is for around the McKittrick waste treatment facility where they just drew a circle a half a mile around and it doesn't designate how far down it went. Number 2 was within a half mile of the surface impoundments. And then in exception 4, it went to a minimum of a certain depth when it was talking about the vertical boundaries. Next slide, please. So this is a map showing some of the recent and past basin plan amendments. So the McKittrick waste treatment facility, which was exception 2 on the last slide, is the red dot that's shown there. The Lost Hills basin plan amendment, which was a past amendment that was approved by the state board in 2023, is the teal area up in the top middle. The McKittrick Basin Plan Amendment that you're looking at today is the teal with the white rectangle around it. And then the SIPA Basin Plan Amendment is basically the purple and green areas on that map. And that'll be in the future. It's a much larger area. Next slide, please. So we did have discussions with the board about the depths of groundwater. Next slide. And the reason that's important is our experts kind of have a different point of view of the underground layers. And so we wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page and we're talking about the same thing. So our experts were saying that Corcoran clay equivalent was the blue up above that was narrower, and the regional board's interpretation is the Corcoran clay is the red down below. So as long as we're all on the same page, and I think we are, that now this would go to the bottom of the red area, the Corcoran clay equivalent. Next slide. So we're asking for, we had come in and asked for changes that will be shown on the next slide in purple. We did talk with staff and came to a red line change that'll show on the next one, and a return from modifications that were done in the revisions to the basin plan amendment language to return to the base of the Corcoran clay equivalent. So if I could have the next slide, please. So we came in with this purple. So the area to the southeast of the red line in purple was where the expert had said that made sense to move that line. The dark gray lines in there are the oil fields. So we believe that the oil field should be exempted under the 4th criteria for MUN and 3rd criteria for AGR. And then there are aquifer exemptions, the green up at the top, and then the black lines are aquifer exemptions. There are 2 abandoned injection wells right next to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 pond facility that are little round orangey circles. And there were 2 wells that weren't identified in the data that the water board was using that are above the bright red line that we added that has been incorporated into figure 2. The one in the alluvium is dry and the one below is in the upper Tulare, correct, Margaret? Yeah. So which isn't being de-designated. So we came to a conclusion that if we could get that red area there, that we could survive without the changes until the SIPA Basin Plan Amendment comes through in the future. You'll note that the entirety of the Clean Harbors facility is not being proposed for de-designation, and just as a public policy, it seems like those facilities should be de-designated just in case there's leakage at some point. You don't want people to be thinking the water under there is good for those uses, but that's not an issue for today, but it will be an issue because the little rectangle up in the top right-hand corner, dark blue, that is the only part of that facility that wasn't part of the SIPA proposed basin plan. So they will come in later proposing to de-designate the remainder of the Clean Harbors facility, but that's not on the table today. Next slide, please. So as Jason Metter said, we would like adoption of the basin plan with the suggested changes that were reflected in the late changes, and we really appreciate staff working with us to get those late changes and probably working into the wee hours of last night to try to get that done. So we do appreciate it very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from board members? I have one clarification, Counselor. Could you clarify, maybe repeat your justification for enlarging the revised project area?
Yes, it's the same as staff said. So the original line didn't encompass the entirety of the McKittrick 1-1 facility. And so normally, as I showed you, there's a buffer around facilities when they do the basin plan amendments. So this is just the buffer area that's being added.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just to be clear, staff agrees with this proposed change. I know you were working on that last night, Patrick.
That's correct. That's correct.
Mindy, the next interested person, please.
Do we have anybody here from Kennedy Jenks or online? Okay. Next I will call in Rachel Gray, representing Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and she is on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Rachel Gray, and I'm the Executive Director for the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. And this is my first time that I'm appearing to you in this role, and I look forward to working with you as we continue to implement the CV Salts Basin Plan amendments for both the Salt Control Program and the Nitrate Control Program. So I'm here on behalf of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition to provide comments on the pending Basin Plan amendment for the McKittrick area as defined in the proposed amendment. So the Salinity Coalition supports the proposed de-designation, and we are concerned, however, about the use of the 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS as a beneficial use threshold, as it may become a precedent for future decision-making and salinity management. As you all are aware, the Salinity Coalition, along with the Central Valley Regional Water Board and the CV Salts Executive Committee, were implementing the phase 1 of the salt control program, which includes the prioritization and optimization study. And as part of that study, we're evaluating various salinity thresholds that may be appropriate for protection of the AGR beneficial use in different areas of the valley. And these thresholds may be regional or area-based, but it will definitely be dependent on local conditions. So our primary concern is the 5,000 milligrams per liter threshold becomes a de facto standard that removes flexibility for future salinity planning based on the results of the P&O study. And so, as Jenny mentioned, we appreciate the response to comments, which clarifies that the 5,000 milligrams per liter threshold here in this Basin Plan amendment does not set a binding precedent for future Central Valley Water Board actions. and in particular, future dedesignations that may occur in relationship to valley-wide management of salinity. And so we look forward to working with the board on these issues as we continue to implement the P&O study and the salt control program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Bradley Croker. I'm with Star Farms, Star and Star Cotton Growers, Star Family Farms. It's all the same people. That's my family. I drove up here today because this is an issue that's incredibly important to our family. Next slide, please. Oh, and I did take the oath as well. So just a little, I won't dwell on any of this, but just a little background. We're a family-owned and operated farm. We've been in Kern County since 1936, and I'm the fourth generation of the farm. We grow a wide variety of crops. We're a diversified farm. It includes pistachios, almonds, carrots, onions, wheat, barley, triticale, corn, safflower, and most recently cherries. Thank you. And as has been already discussed, a portion of our farm and our property is within the proposed area. And also we are directly abutting the proposed area. I apologize if my lingo is not correct. Excuse me.
Take your time.
Thank you. So we were hit really hard by the drought that ended in 2022, and the report mentions that there were some almond trees or some orchards removed in that southernmost portion that's inside the area. That was as a result of that. We struggle very much with water supply. We are in some ways quite dependent on this state water project and the allocations that the DWR provides for us each year. In 2021, I believe the allocation was 5% out of 100. And we had to abandon quite a few of our orchards, and we are working on rebuilding our farm, not quite from scratch. We managed to keep some of our pistachio trees alive, and we're building from there. And I think that the photo that's being used in these is not reflective of the current reality. We do maintain that 600 acres. We just recently planted 20 acres in that, we're approximately where that arrow is. And we're hoping to plant another 20 acres next year and 40 the year after that. It's really frustrating to hear sorry for speaking this way, but some of the comments about even reading the report, nobody's reached out to us and asked us, what are we doing with our farm? Are we using the groundwater? Are we grazing animals? Like, nobody's asked, are you drinking the water, right? I mean, we don't. I'm not saying that we do, but how do they know that, right? We have wells. What's to stop me from drinking that water, So it's, we haven't been consulted on any of this. I feel like somebody should have probably picked up the phone, either a staff member or somebody with Valley Waste, which is the old name of this company that is doing that. I should apologize. I meant Valley Water Management. If you could go to the next slide, that'd be fine. So we do use this groundwater to grow crops, and it's especially important to us during drought years. We've done this for decades now. And it was critical to us in 2020 and 2021 when our water supply from the state was cut dramatically. It is a common practice, not just for us, but for other landowners on the west side, to blend groundwater with surface water, which is coming from the aqueduct, to extend our limited surface water supplies. proper, if you blend the water down, yes, the TDS is very high and even the boron is high. I acknowledge that. But if you blend it properly and you manage it properly, you can use this water for farming as a supplement. You wouldn't want to rely on it exclusively, but it is important to us. And then just as a final note on that point, the water can be used to keep things like pistachio trees alive. They take 12 years to reach full maturity. If you can keep them alive for a year or two during a severe drought and ride that out, and then when you have water again, you can give them water and you can flush out the salts and the boron from the soil, and you can keep your farm going. And I think this is something that's been ignored in all of the report that I've seen so far. Nobody's even mentioned this. Next slide, please. I just wanted to maybe prove to people that, yeah, we do use this water and it's been documented. We've worked with the University of California. We've collaborated with researchers Blake Sandin and Dr. Louise Ferguson for 10 years to allow them to, well, basically it was a collaborative effort to do experimentation and determine the usability of the well water. We did the experiment on both pistachio and cotton. We used to grow cotton a lot more. We don't grow it currently, or we haven't for a while, but we always are evaluating that as an option. We're watching prices and we're looking at our water supply, and we're trying to make our crop decisions based on the reality, which changes year to year, or, we can't even predict what it will be a decade or 2 decades from now. So, I just want to make that point too, because I've seen in the report a few times, well, they're not growing cotton. Well, maybe we will again someday. The price of cotton is very geopolitically dependent, and you never know where things are going to go. We have all of our equipment. We're ready to plant almost any time. So anyway, this is just looking at, 3 different situations where we were using aqueduct water, a 50-50 blend, and straight well water. And you can see, there wasn't really a statistical difference between the 3 in terms of yield. That's the second to last column over there. And this was published in the UC Berkeley Technical Completion as a UC Berkeley Technical Completion Report in 2004, which I will note is a few decades after 1989 and 1974, which are the latest research things that are being used. Like, this information would even be available to them in terms of what salinity is actually tolerable to cotton, right? Like, agricultural research is evolving all the time. And there's constantly new work that's being done to determine salinity levels that are, tolerable salinity levels. And there are breeders who work very hard to develop new varieties of crops that are salt tolerant. And that work is ongoing continuously. So, I mean, what's true today may not be true again 10 or 20 years from now. So I just want to have the board keep that in mind, because any pollution that occurs is going to last, hopefully not forever, but it can last a very, very long time. And it's important to us that we at least have these options available to us. Next slide, please. This is another, just real quick, also a result from those studies, which is looking at pistachio yields. And you can see that even up to an EC of 14, which isn't directly easily translatable to ppm of TDS, but if you knew all the constituent components, you could do that conversion, and you would see that that's a very high number. It's probably most likely, the 14 number is probably over 8,000 TDS. Again, that's not me saying that that's the number. I'm not an expert, and I didn't do the conversion, but somebody should probably be looking at that on staff, or if, whoever is responsible for this stuff should be looking at these studies and evaluating them when they're making these decisions. All right, next slide, please. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, those studies were done with, you can see where the studies were done in that original map. Like, it's right next to the boundary. Like, this is not like way far away. So, okay. Just in conclusion, I feel that the report, the review, like the peer reviewers and everybody has just completely ignored us in terms of like talking to us or asking us what we think this groundwater's value is. And we find that the 5,000 TDS threshold is arbitrary. I mean, maybe there has to be, for some regulatory purpose, some sort of upper limit, but why wouldn't you want to protect groundwater? Why would you want to make it even dirtier? This stuff that they're going to put in the ground, that they want to put in the ground, that they're doing actually, even to this day, is nasty stuff. It's very high salinity. It's crazy to me that a board or a staff or whoever that's responsible for protecting our water supplies would allow this kind of activity to even be going on in the first place. Although I acknowledge that's been going on since 1960. It's always been insane to our family. But we've kind of just not made too many waves about it with Valley Water Management, but it's a big deal. I think that, pistachios are the major #1 crop that's being grown in the area today. They totally ignored pistachios when they did this report. They focus on cotton, and for some reason that seems to be their main focus. But there's plenty of other crops that have a higher salinity tolerance, and we reserve the right to grow those crops. Like if economics shift, if water supplies shift, whatever it takes, we're going to want to try to survive as long as we can and as best we can. And we reject the idea that, oh, well, these crops aren't grown there today, so maybe they're never going to be grown there in the future. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, and this picture, I didn't really expect it to be so relevant, but these are sheep on our farm right there. I heard the lawyer for the Valley Water Group say, oh, well, there's no evidence of grazing. Well, there's some evidence right there. Anyway, that's just another example of how we haven't been consulted in any capacity. Anyway, so I just, in conclusion, we don't want to see any reduction in regulations to protect our groundwater. We oppose any of the changes. We don't even really want to see, at least for our property, if nothing else, we don't even want to see any of the uses de-designated. I don't know that we have a say on anybody else's property, but for us, we'd at least like to leave ours out. I don't know. I guess that's all I got to say, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croker, and let's acknowledge the long distance you had to drive today to make your comments known, and we appreciate
For questions or?
it. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Croker at this point?
Thank you.
If we have any, we can call you back up. I certainly will be looking at staff to address the points that Mr. Croker has raised in the staff response in closing statement. So, Mindy, do we have any more speakers? All right, Miss McGinnis, please come up to the podium. Can I ask staff on, is there any way to up the speaker mic? I think everybody online must be hearing it, but if we can just turn it up a bit. All right, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Marie McGinnis, and I'm a community member and inhabitant of the San Joaquin Valley. I'm extremely concerned of the dire condition that we're facing in the valley through the fracking and oil industry and what they've caused by continuing to be allowed to contaminate our water, period. The toxicity and the byproducts of fracking in the heart of California's Kern County are clearly not limited to the area. It is spreading through our water supplies, underground, surface waters, affecting life sustenance activities, leading to devastating effects on our environment, our health, and well-being. We're facing a horrific crisis, a catastrophe by knowingly allowing this degradation of one of our basic elements, precious water. The time is crucial. It is not a secret anymore, the effects of not taking appropriate action and allowing the main polluters, drilling and fracking affiliates and their affiliates, to have their way. This is visible to all of us now. I ask each member of the Water Board to do the right thing for the sake of life, for the sake of our communities, for the sake of the people of our state, for the sake of our livelihoods for the sake of California, the breadbasket of the US. Your actions are important for generations to come. Please be on the right side of environmental science, not to support oil industry affiliates, and not to allow them to call the shots in water use, the water to begin with that they have been polluting in the first place. Instead, the concern should lie in the cleanup of water to be beneficial for all of us. We're watching you. We're watching you, our water board, to do the right thing. For all of us, for the inhabitants of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Mindy, do our next speaker.
Next, I'll call Debbie Mackey, Central Valley Clean Water Association. She's
Ms. Mackey, welcome.
Thank you, board members. I really appreciate the opportunity just to talk for a minute. My name is Debbie Mackey. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We represent many of the wastewater, publicly owned wastewater treatment plants in the Central Valley. And I'm here more because of my participation within CV Salts and just different issues that we face as we are working with you to protect the environment and human health. One of the key factors that it becomes so important is that we use our resources to address water quality issues and water quality problems. And when the beneficial use designation is not correct, it's just really important that we take those steps to do that. And what we've seen in the different processes that we've been involved in, it was a very easy pin to get there to say this is what the beneficial blanket designation, and then to get it right takes a lot of effort. And so there's been a lot of effort. We really encourage you to move forward on this. We support Valley Water's comments today, but just what I'm asking, and as part of CV Salts, is that we know we need to do some things. We know we're going to need places for salts. I think in the staff report they talked about this. There are areas where really the best use of public resources really depends on what the beneficial uses are, that we're protecting what needs to be protected, that we are associating the right water quality objectives with the uses that are occurring or are likely to occur. And so anyways, I just wanted to tell you this is an important matter, not only for the oil and gas, but I think for many of people that live within the Central Valley, that that besides the blanket designations that were put in there, that those options to pursue a redesignation, whether it's a de-designation or a change in designation, is encouraged when it is important and when it meets the criteria. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. Mindy, do we have any more speakers?
last. We have JP Cataviella representing the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, board. Checking if it was morning or afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I appreciate Debbie's comments that she just made because I think she put it in better words than I could have. Why we have to think about this is a complex salt issue. You know, I represent the dairy industry through the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. But like Debbie, I'm really here because I sit also on the Central Valley Salinity Coalition Board and understand the importance. I'm beginning to understand the importance of actions like the one you're considering today as being essential to our long-term management of salt. Understanding where we can fix problems, how we can manage them. We have to have places that we can de-designate, and we have to have places where we can focus our protection efforts. And I think this has been a very thoughtful process. I appreciate the staff report and the revisions of that. I am in support of the changes today. I do want to, my observation is this is not about an oil project. This is not oil over some other industry. The people who are on the Salinity Coalition represent agriculture as much as any other industry. Many of our board members represent irrigated lands coalitions. I represent dairies. We recognize that if regulation is done wrong, it will protect us out of existence. It is very important that we come up with ways to preserve the economic activity while also taking reasonable steps to protect water quality where those are warranted, and not have people trying to chase things that cannot be done. And I think this is this story that we're hearing today is a reflection of that reality. So I'm here in support of that, and I just wanted to encourage the board to think about the big picture here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So no more speakers?
No more speakers.
All right, at this point, I'd like to ask staff, I know it's a closing statement, but I do want to also take an opportunity to take a small break, a little bio break, but is 10 minutes okay if we take a break now, or would you suggest after closing statement?
Well, we will do our best. I will say I am curious to find out a little bit more from Valley Water about any contacts with Star Farms. I know from our end, we have received comment letters, and Star Farms has been engaged in numerous regulatory actions we've had going back to 2018. So I'm trying to figure out where that comment exactly is coming from. But again, they also commented that Valley Water hasn't talked to them about these operations. I'm curious to have that question answered after we take a break.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 12:41. Took a little bit of an extended break there. Okay, so at this point, I would hand the mic over to staff to please provide a closing statement and some of the responses to some of the concerns we've heard.
I'll first start. I think, as mentioned earlier, one of the biggest things that we try to do is get out notices of our actions to the public and to folks in the communities that we are doing regulatory actions in. So I would invite Jenny to talk a little bit about our notice elements. We did do a lot in this area, and we did receive comments from Star Farms initially. They did not cover the ground that, I mean, they're in your packets right now, did not cover the ground that was brought up today. I can kind of then go into the actual comments themselves, but I first invite Jenny to talk about our notice elements.
Thank you, Patrick. So for the noticing for this public hearing, like I said, we had the comment period from September 16th to October 31st of this year. And not only did we post in the communities of Buttonwillow and McKittrick, but we did a GovDelivery email listserv to all the listservs that this project would be applicable to. And additionally, we mailed hard copies to property owners in the area. So on September 26th, we did mail Fred Starr a notice to a PO box, and then followed up with an email and another hard copy on October 24th. And then recently on December 5th, we emailed Mr. Starr again regarding the agenda item information and the documents for the McKittrick Basin Plan Amendment, all the links to those documents. And that email was sent to Fred Starr, Jay Croker, and attorney Michael Stump, who had been CC'd on Jay Croker's comment letter to us. So we did receive a comment letter from Jay Croker that is in our staff report and responded to. And then I recently was contacted by Brad Croker to speak here today, about 2 days ago, and we've been emailing about him being able to come and present at the at the hearing. Does anyone have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Now, I think we'll go into the substance of the matter in terms of the AGR threshold. I mean, most of the comments, lots of comments around boundary, and I'm grateful for all the work that Valley Water Management did and the team did behind me up until late last night to try and figure out what a reasonable boundary for the de-designation area should be. As you saw in the maps, I think Valley Water has an opinion that this action could have gone further than it did, much further in some respects. Our staff really tried to draw the lines around the data as tightly as they could. Got it wrong in one instance, and we bumped out the boundary a little bit to be reflective of that as we work towards resolution of those issues. And that leaves the main issue is what should the appropriate de-designation threshold be for the agricultural beneficial supply, beneficial use. And I think one of the challenges and one of the policy decisions that you're making today, which is non-precedential, CV Salts will continue to investigate this. Well, you heard the commitment from Ms. Rachel Gray, the Salinity Coalition, the agricultural partners that have come up to speak. We don't know how to set that number in all areas at all times. Here we chose a 5,000 number as a number that could reliably meet agricultural supplies year over year. That is not a number that considers blending of some percentage of native groundwater with something like California aqueduct water or state water supply water, something like that. That's not what the AGR beneficial use contemplated. That is certainly something I think that we have to work out in the future. It is also not a number, the AGR beneficial use, that would cover incidental emergency use of very, very high saline water. AGR, as we've interpreted it, is water that you supply to your crops over and over again. And what the peer reviewers saw is that if you supplied your crops over and over again with groundwater that exceeded that 5,000 TDS threshold, you'd kill them. There's other things in that water as well. Boron is the primary one. Valley Water mentioned it's in its comments that if you use that groundwater to water crops, you would kill virtually all crops that are grown in that area in a relatively short amount of time. Now, if there's an emergency use, if you use that for one-time irrigation, would that help preserve your crops? Well, it couldn't sustain a yield. You wouldn't get any value of the crops that year. But that's not what's contemplated in the AGR beneficial use, and that's why we're still proposing it for de-designation. You've actually heard from a couple commenters that maybe that number should be lower. Maybe that number should be around 3,000. I think to a certain extent, the evidence, the pictures of the sheep in that picture are validating to the board's position, where we took some flack for this and saying, look, they might water some sheep out there. They might water some cattle out there. And for that reason, the number shouldn't be 3,000, it should be 5,000, because you can, again, for a short period of time, water some cattle out there. And that is something that was trued out by the peer reviewer. Peer reviewer said, yes, occasionally you can do that. And so that's kind of why we set the 5,000 number as the threshold. Lower would have allowed us to de-designate more area. It would have raised some concerns from our staff from a data management perspective. And then you move that higher and you get into a territory where you don't really know what you would do with that water. 10,000, 15,000 TDS water, which we're seeing in some of those wells, it would kill crops. Maybe you can blend it with some pure surface water source, but that's not our interpretation of what the AGR beneficial use would be. So at the end of the day, we're comfortable with the proposed de-designation area as modified by the late changes. I would also add there's some commentary that this is open season, that Valley Water and its facilities could just do whatever they wanted to as soon as you de-designate the MUN and AGR beneficial uses. That's not quite true either. They have operations that have been going on for a long period of time, and there's been oil field development in this area even longer than that. But if there's a material change in their operations, they're coming to us for a new permit. As part of a new permit, we analyze the conditions, and we either have the anti-degradation policy of best practicable treatment or control that we'd be implementing, saying you have to use industry standards or better to manage the water quality constituents in your discharge, or best efforts. And they're kind of the corollary policy. If you don't have high quality water, you still have to apply best efforts, which in many respects is very similar to best practical treatment or control to limit the degradation into that aquifer, even though it's not an aquifer that's used as a source of drinking water, and even though that aquifer wouldn't be used as an agricultural supply. Now, the question for future determination, and it's certainly something that CV Salts is looking at, it's something that the state board is looking at, is recognizing the reality of California, going to be hotter, going to be drier. Should there be additional beneficial uses defined in a state water quality control plan and a regional water quality control plan such as ours, that would be an emergency AGR beneficial use, a blending AGR beneficial use, where you'd consider a wider variety of TDS thresholds. Maybe 10,000 TDS is okay as an agricultural supply beneficial use if you're bringing in a certain amount of state water project water and can make that commitment. That is something that we're going to be talking about. I'm sure the state board will be talking about it, even in the context of reviewing this basin plan amendment. But in terms of the pure AGR beneficial use that we have in our basin plan and how we interpret it, I'm still comfortable moving ahead with the staff proposal as modified by the late revisions, and certainly available to answer any questions that you might have.
At this point, we've heard the recommendation. I'd like to close the public hearing at this point and open it up for deliberation from the board. So I would extend the invitation. Anyone have any questions, comments, otherwise?
I have a question for staff. Were you guys aware of the water blending?
Certainly. In terms of water blending generally happening in that area, the specific use that was brought up this morning, that was not responded to in the I mean, that was not something that we got a comment on. The comment, as you see in your package, is relatively sparse as the first we're hearing about that. But it is a concept that we've talked about in the context of other basin plan amendments. For example, some of the basin plan designations that we've done for the Tulare Lake bed have brought that concept up. Our interpretation of AGR is it's not blended AGR. You know, you can bring in state water project water and grow crops over concrete if you've got kind of soil in pots, but we're not protecting the underlying AGR beneficial use if it doesn't support that AGR beneficial use, pulling that water up and using it that way.
Okay, and what time were you notified?
Of the comments coming in?
Yes.
I'd have to defer to, what time did that come in?
Are you talking about the presentation?
Last night at 5?
Last night at 5.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Any other comments?
I appreciate the clarifications by staff there. I also appreciate the comments you brought, Mr. Coker, and how difficult it is just generally farming on the west side of Kern County. TDS over there. Concerns. I guess having said that, it doesn't seem that changing proposed greatly affect what's happening at your farm currently. Or is already affected and impacted, and you've figured out how to make it work with blending. So given that's a challenge,
I would invite Adam to comment a little bit more about salt.
Yeah, just real quick. Certainly, we want to always, we worked really hard with this designation area. And as you can see, the project area started out way out here, and we slowly worked really hard to figure out what area was indeed polluted and not terribly usable. And you see, salinity values of 15,000. You see salinity values very, very high, 10, 15,000 in this area, and at least in the AGR designation area. As far as salt goes, and some of the comments you heard from the Salinity Coalition and the need to be considering, what are our beneficial use designations and what can we protect, what can't we protect? This is now impacting, this water is of high salinity. There's no way to treat it and use it economically for, say, agriculture or municipal supply. And that's what our basin plan asks us to look at. In reality, though, if you take this water, say you take 8,000 TDS water, 10,000 TDS water, and use it on a crop, the concentration of that water, just through the act of growing that crop with a leaching fraction of 15 to 20%, which we typically see around the valley, would make it impossible to permit that activity as discharge to the groundwater below it. And so this is why globally we have to be considering this, and so that we can, see how otherwise the act of essentially just the normal activities we do in the valley, we have to come up with meaningful measurements of salinity, meaningful beneficial uses that we can protect and can't protect, and also keep an economic viability of our communities.
Thank you, Adam. I would entertain a motion at this point to adopt the staff recommendation, if there's any further discussion.
I'll move it with the amendments, like revision.
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mindy, please take the roll.
Board Member Kadara,
Well, I'm really Having some thoughts here about this. I'm gonna vote no on this item.
Board Member Bradford,
Gonna vote yes, but also with the caveat that we're going to be looking at this when the SIPA for us here at some point in the future. I don't know how far out that.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett, Vice Chair Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Chair Abdus.
Yes. All right, moving on to item 11, City of Modesto et al. At this time, the board will consider revised WDRs for the City of Modesto Regional Water Recycling Facility, Sutter Campus, and City of Modesto Regional Water Recycling Facility, Jennings Campus, and Stanislaus County. If you're an interested person and wish to speak, please submit a speaker card. If you're online, please raise your hand if you haven't registered. Unless additional time has been granted, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. Is there anyone present who is contesting the proposed actions and wishes to present evidence and testimony on this matter? Seeing none, since no one's contesting this matter, the board will proceed based on the agenda and.
Hold on a second. I think we might have someone on.
Oh, somebody online? I'm sorry. Do we? Okay.
We have Joanne Kipps representing herself. I do not see Joanne online right now, though.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Kipps, are you contesting this item?
Yes.
Okay. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published in the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. The designated parties are listed in the agenda. Designated parties will have 10 minutes for a presentation and a closing statement. All other persons are interested persons. All interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. All persons expecting to testify and provide evidence, please stand, or if you're on virtual, please raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. All right, thank you. So when it's your turn to speak, please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. If any designated party is having technical difficulties, please notify us immediately by either raising your hand or virtually on Zoom under the Participants tab. If you're using a phone, by pressing *9. You may also send an email to agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we will stop the hearing to address those issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. Mr. Moskal, do we have any legal issues to discuss on this item?
Not at this time.
All right, seeing no legal issues, we'll now proceed with the staff presentation. Take your time, Mr. Lapis.
I want to thank the board for allowing me to sit up here. I'm nursing an injury, which makes it difficult to stand for prolonged periods.
We aim to please here, so please proceed.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Abdus and members of the board. My name is Scott Armstrong. I'm a senior engineering geologist and the manager of the Groundwater Protection Permitting Unit in the Rancho Cordova office, and I have taken the oath. I'm here today to provide the staff presentation of proposed waste discharge requirements for the City of Modesto's Regional Water Recycling Facility. Before I get into the details of the permit, I'd like to provide a few statistics about the context of the city of Modesto. Little music to go along with that. So established in 1870, Modesto is a major urban center in Stanislaus County, covering approximately 44 acres. Or sorry, 44 square miles, a little bigger. As the fifth largest city in the Central Valley, with a population of approximately 260,000, Modesto plays a pivotal role in the region's economy. Modesto functions as a key hub for both agriculture and commerce, anchored by several large food processing operations, forming a cornerstone to the city's employment base. According to data from the California Employment Development Department and the U.S. Census Bureau, about 60% of Modesto's population actively participates in the labor force. Based on the American Community Survey's latest evaluation in 2023, the city's median household income is around $84,000. This is approximately 70% of the statewide annual average. This map highlights more granular data about the economic differences across the city, categorizing neighborhoods into critical tiers of economic status. Areas shaded in blue represent disadvantaged communities, where the median household income is less than 80% of the statewide average. Areas in green are classified as severely disadvantaged, with income falling below 60% of the statewide average. Based on recent U.S. Census statistics, these communities represent approximately 113,000 people or residents, or 43% of the households in Modesto. Additionally, approximately 17% of the households in Modesto fall below the poverty line. These economic conditions directly affect the affordability of local utility rates and the financial stability of residents, which are key factors for local agencies when developing policy. And with that, now I can transition into the proposed order. The City of Modesto's regional water recycling facility is currently regulated under 4 separate permits. One for the application of biosolids application to land, one for regulating land application of wastewater, and 2 permits for the discharges to surface water under the NPDES program. Regulation of surface water discharges will remain under the respective permitting, while the land applied wastewater and biosolids are combined under this proposed order. So here's an overview of the facility, which consists of 2 separate physical locations. On the north, the headworks, clarifiers, and sludge drying beds are located at what's called the Sutter campus. The discharge is then conveyed to the Jennings campus via a 7-mile pipeline. The Jennings campus includes a treatment facility, pond system, and land application areas referred to as Modesto Ranch. The treatment system also accepts industrial wastewater from canneries, referred to as the CAN-SEG process water, through a separate influent line. The area surrounding the Jennings campus consists of agricultural activities, dairies, and confined animal operations. These facilities also contribute to excessive organic loading to land, where salts, nitrate, and dissolved metals have the potential to impact groundwater. Influent flows at the Sutter campus are over 7.5 billion gallons annually. This equates to approximately 20 million gallons of flow a day. Under the proposed order, up to 4.6 billion gallons of treated wastewater can be discharged to land application areas annually at Modesto Ranch. The 2 NPDES permits allow the discharge of up to 5.3 billion gallons of treated wastewater to surface water annually. This slide shows a simplified overview of the wastewater flow path through the treatment process. Wastewater is first received and screened at the Sutter campus, where influent includes domestic and industrial wastewater. During the processing season, higher flow the CAN-SEG process water is screened and then sent directly to the Modesto Ranch. where it is commingled with treated wastewater from the Jennings campus and applied for irrigation purposes. During periods of low flow, the off-season CANSEG process water is commingled with domestic influent and sent through the clarifiers before being conveyed to the Jennings campus for further treatment. Jennings campus wastewater is processed through 2 treatment trains. Secondary treatment is regulated under this order and discharged to the Modesto Ranch for use as crop irrigation. Tertiary treated effluent discharged to surface waters is regulated under the separate NPDES permits. Now let's get into a description for each of the treatment components. The Sutter campus receives the influent domestic and CANSEG process wastewater. After screening, the wastewater is directed to the Jennings campus for treatment and then to the land application areas. Domestic waste solids are managed at the Sutter campus in unlined sludge drying beds, which cover approximately 30 acres, and they're shown in the green outline. These beds are scheduled to be decommissioned and will be discussed more later in this presentation. No groundwater monitoring has occurred at the Sutter campus. However, a hydropunch groundwater investigation was conducted in 2015. From that investigation, nitrate concentrations exceeded water quality objectives, indicating that the discharge of biosolids to the unlined beds has potentially impacted shallow groundwater. So here is the Jennings campus. Wastewater for land application from the Sutter campus is treated to undisinfected secondary standards. The pond system includes 3 facultative ponds, recirculation channels, irrigation reservoirs, and 4 bays, and 2 large storage ponds identified as Pond 1 and 2. The pond system spans approximately 1,100 acres and is entirely unlined. To provide a sense of scale, an 1,100-acre polygon has been overlaid on a map of downtown Sacramento. The yellow star shown above is the capital, illustrating the relative size of the pond system. So this is a pretty large area. On this figure, there are a few site features I'd like to point out. First, there's an existing dairy just to the north of the Jennings campus. There's also other dairies in the surrounding area, many that are outside the view of the image. There's also a existing solids processing area shown in blue. And then there are 2 separately regulated facilities within the Jennings campus property boundary. The first is a composting facility shown in yellow, which is regulated under the compost general order. And then there's a cattle feedlot shown in purple in the lower right corner. That facility is regulated under the general order for confined bovine feeding operations. Potential groundwater impacts related to the compost facility and cattle feedlot are subject to oversight and resolution under their respective general order enrollments. Now here's a map of the Modesto Ranch area, which consists of approximately 2,300 acres of land application areas. And again, downtown Sacramento is shown to provide a sense of scale. Modesto Ranch receives secondary undisinfected wastewater from the pond system and seasonal CANSEG process water. The wastewater is used to irrigate fodder crops, including mixed grasses, alfalfa, summer corn, and winter wheat. Supplemental irrigation water may also include water from the Modesto Irrigation District, surface water, and irrigation wells. All tailwater is collected and directed back to the secondary treatment system. Biosolids trucked over from the Sutter campus are also used as a soil amendment in Modesto Ranch. So the constituents of concern in the wastewater include salts, mainly in the form of electrical conductivity and total dissolved solids, total nitrogen, biochemical oxygen demand, commonly referred to as BOD, and dissolved metals. Salts are addressed under the Salt Control Program, while nitrogen compounds are addressed as part of the Nitrate Control Program. Dissolved metals, specifically arsenic, iron, manganese, and molybdenum, may be the result of high BOD discharge to land. This requires further evaluation to identify additional source control measures that could be implemented to reduce the impacts of metals on shallow groundwater. Now, this is a pretty busy slide, so bear with me here. Groundwater beneath the Jennings campus and Modesto Ranch is shallow, ranging from 7 to 15 feet below ground surface, with a very flat gradient. And although we show a general gradient direction to the southwest, because the groundwater is very shallow, it does vary seasonally. The groundwater data presented here include iron, manganese, and arsenic as average concentrations from data collected between 2019 and 2023. Data boxes in blue represent up-gradient wells, and boxes in green are the down-gradient wells. Concentrations in bold exceed their corresponding water quality objectives, and for reference, those objectives are shown on the left in the white box. In general, metals concentrations in down-gradient wells are elevated compared to the up-gradient levels, indicating that discharges to the ponds and the land application areas have likely impacted groundwater quality. However, it is also important to note that even up-gradient groundwater wells exceed the established water quality objectives, also indicating that the background conditions may be contributing to elevated metals concentrations as a result of surrounding land uses. Dissolved metals in groundwater can be the result of excessive application of organic materials to land, resulting in anaerobic or low oxygen conditions. Under these conditions, certain metals become more soluble and can leach into groundwater, potentially resulting in concentrations exceeding water quality objectives and posing a risk to beneficial use. The highest metal concentrations were reported in MW5, which is in the middle of the land application areas. As groundwater flows away from the anaerobic low oxygen zones and into more oxygenated environments, dissolved metals tend to precipitate out of solution. As oxygen levels increase, chemical reactions shift, leading to the immobilization of metals and a reduction of their concentrations in groundwater. This proposed order requires the discharger to conduct a groundwater assessment to evaluate the distribution of metals in groundwater resulting from their discharge. So to summarize that last slide, groundwater is shallow, which increases the risks of impacts from various land use activities and land applications. And metals in groundwater have been reported at concentrations exceeding applicable water quality objectives. The discharger will be required to conduct a comprehensive groundwater assessment, which will include evaluating potential impacts on nearby drinking wells. The city of Modesto is currently participating in CV salts. Under the salt control program, the city is required to comply with a salinity action level to maintain existing salt concentrations while supporting the long-term salinity strategy for the Central Valley through the P&O study. For nitrate, the city will be required to prepare and implement a nitrate reduction work plan to determine necessary improvements to the facility's discharge and to comply with the Modesto Valley Management Zone's groundwater protection targets. By participating in these two programs, the discharger is considered in compliance with salinity and nitrate requirements in the basin plan. So now let's address the comments received during the public review period. Water Board staff have addressed all comments received from the public in a response to comments document, which was included in the final agenda package. Comments from the discharger and the Central Valley Clean Water Association were sufficiently addressed. Comments were also received from Ms. Joanne Kipps, who is contesting this order. In preparing this presentation, comments from Ms. Kipps were consolidated by core issues. The following slides provide a general overview of the concerns and how staff addressed each issue. Concerns were raised that the ponds degrade groundwater, violating the basin plan, and should meet Title 27 requirements, specifically for impermeable liners and 5-foot separation from groundwater. Staff responded that the 1,100-acre wastewater pond system is outside of Title 27 scope, since the wastewater is not considered a designated waste and it is non-hazardous. Retrofitting the pond system to meet Title 27 standards would be economically unreasonable, requiring major redesign and impose disproportionate costs on disadvantaged communities and leading to rate hikes and reduced service. Instead, the proposed waste discharge requirements include groundwater limitations, monitoring, operational controls, and evaluations tailored to address site conditions, ensuring water quality and protecting public health without undue burden. Staff acknowledge the presence of groundwater impacts at the Sutter and Jennings campuses and in requiring evaluations to address those conditions. Improvements in wastewater management and groundwater quality are expected over time. Additionally, the tertiary treatment system allows more water to be treated to higher standards for surface water discharge, thus reducing land application volumes and organic loading. Issue 2. The concern here is the impact from the sludge drying beds at the Sutter campus have not been sufficiently addressed. The beds are unlined and have been used for decades without groundwater monitoring. Water Board staff concur that the beds need to be addressed, and there has only been one limited groundwater assessment conducted to date. However, a separate cleanup and abatement order is not warranted at this time because the tentative waste discharge requirements include a compliance schedule that requires the discharger to relocate the unlined sludge drying beds to a new lined location. Discharges to the existing beds will be prohibited by December 2036. To ensure accountability, the tentative order requires the discharger to submit detailed work plans and completion reports, which will be reviewed by Central Valley Water Board staff to verify that residual solids and sludge are adequately removed and that all actions taken are protective of groundwater quality. These enforceable provisions are sufficient to address potential impacts and assure timely corrective action. Issuing a separate cleanup and abatement order would be duplicative and unnecessary given the robust compliance framework included in the proposed order. The commenter also expressed overarching concerns about groundwater protection and felt that the tentative order did not impose adequate restrictions on the discharge to ensure long-term water quality safeguards. First, we acknowledge that the discharged land has impacted groundwater quality and that several additional actions are required and necessary to ensure the protection of groundwater. Tentative order contains numerous requirements, including compliance with the salt and nitrate control programs, compliance with groundwater limitations, a compliance schedule to address the unlined sludge drying beds, and a requirement to conduct a groundwater assessment to determine additional mitigation measures that could be implemented to reduce metal impacts on groundwater. Staff feel that these requirements are sufficient for the protection of groundwater. These and other requirements included in the order represent additional cost burden to the city of Modesto, which would be covered in future sewer rate increases, further impacting local residents. We also want to briefly mention that in addition to the requirements mentioned in the previous slides, there are other additional requirements included in the tentative order. This slide summarizes all of the requirements included in the provisions section of the order and was provided in a handout earlier today. So in summary, the proposed order recognizes impacts to shallow groundwater and requires the discharger to address several issues that need to be resolved for the future protection of water quality. And lastly, this order also replaces 2 existing WDRs that are both well over 20 years old. This concludes the staff presentation, and we ask that the presentation in the case file be entered in the formal record, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. At this point, we'll proceed to testimony from any of the designated parties. Do we have anybody from any of the designated parties that wishes to speak at this point, provide testimony? Please come up to the podium. Mindy, do we have anyone online or is it just one from the designated parties?
I believe they're in person only.
Okay. Yes, please proceed.
I have not taken the oath yet.
All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. Please identify yourself for the record and provide your
Jeff
comment.
Daniels, with the City of Modesto. Okay. Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Jeff Daniels, and I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Modesto. The city has carefully reviewed the tentative wastewater discharge requirements for the Sutter and Jennings facilities and the Modesto Ranch. We're also aware that one party intends to contest the permit adoption. While Modesto will not contest this permit adoption, we do wish to make a statement of reluctant acceptance and provide context regarding our past efforts, investments, and the community we serve. Since the last permit update over 20 years ago, the Modesto wastewater customers have experienced over a 200% increase in sewer rates. The most recent increases being 3.5% per year. Because Modesto serves a population with meaningful economics and social vulnerability, these increases reflect many households in our community already under significant financial pressure. Our community has a 13% poverty rate, a median household income well below the California average, and nearly 43% of our population is Hispanic or Latino. Latino groups disproportionately affected by utility cost burdens. Every additional regulatory requirement translates directly into higher bills for these residents who are already struggling. These rate increases also reflect the substantial capital investments the city has made on behalf of all ratepayers to uphold our commitment to improving wastewater treatment, protecting public health, safeguarding surface and groundwater, and supporting the advancement of recycled water. We have specifically committed almost $500 million to complete several key projects. A $200 million MBR treatment plant and conveyance system upgrade, which provides full nitrogen removal and tertiary quality recycled water for approximately 75% of the flows entering the treatment facilities. This project redirected almost 15 million gallons a day away from the land application and the pond system regulated under the permit under consideration today, and towards beneficial reuse on agriculture properties in our region. An additional $200 million in collection system upgrades, including rehabilitation improvements needed to address impacts from flow reductions caused by state mandated water conservation policies. A recent $140 million river trunk relocation project, moving a major sewer pipeline away from the banks of the Tuolumne River, significantly reducing environmental and water quality risks. We are also currently preparing a master plan that will define additional wastewater system improvements needed over the next 20-year planning horizon. We expect these projects will result in capital improvement projects that will require similar level of additional spending over the next 20 years. These past and future investments reflects the city's longstanding commitment to regulatory compliance, environmental protection, and public health. But they also show why additional requirements must be carefully balanced against the ratepayer burden. The city's wastewater infrastructure supports not only residents, but also local industries, including food processing canneries that supply and produce nationwide and provide over 3,000 seasonal jobs in Modesto. Regulatory decisions directly impact not just environmental outcomes, but also jobs, food supply chains, and the economic health of our community. The Jennings Ranch and its land application are well outside the city's incorporated limits. It is in an area surrounded by agricultural operations, dairies, animal feedlots. The region's hydrology is also shaped by a long-standing, naturally saline groundwater body in the Turlock Subbasin. The groundwater monitoring in the region including upgrading wells, shows elevated salinity, nitrate, iron, manganese, molybdenum, and arsenic. Our site is also adjacent to the San Joaquin River that significantly impacts on-site groundwater conditions. Given the hydraulic complexities and multiple potential impacts, identifying city contributions to the regional groundwater conditions will be a complex and challenging process. Nonetheless, Modesto accepts its obligation under the new WDRs and is committed to completing the required studies and demonstrate ongoing compliance. Modesto is also actively involved in regional planning and management efforts under CV SALTs, including participating in the Modesto and Turlock Management Zone, nitrate working groups, and the prioritization and optimization studies. We believe collaborative basin-wide approaches informed by science are the most effective path forward, rather than placing disproportionate burdens on a single discharger. Moreover, our investments, especially the MBR plant and recycled water reuse, demonstrate our commitment to supporting CV SALT's goals of nitrogen reduction, groundwater protection, and sustainable reuse. In closing, the City of Modesto asks the board to adopt the permit, but with full recognition of the historic and ongoing investment Modesto has already made, the economic vulnerability of many of our rate-paying households, and the complexities associated with regional groundwater conditions and the benefits of collaborative basin-wide approach. We commit to compliance, continued investment in water quality protection, and partnership with the board and stakeholders. We look forward to working together to implement the WDR in a way to protect our water resources while safeguarding our community's economic and social well-being. Thank you for your time. We appreciate the opportunity for speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. At this point, we'll hear from any interested person who is not a party to this proceeding but wishes to comment. I understand we have Ms. Kipps as one of those individuals.
Yes, that's correct. And Ms. Kipps, you are able to turn your camera on if you wish.
Yeah, Ms. Kipps, as you introduce yourself, please verify that you have been sworn.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon, board members. I have taken the oath. My name is Joanne Kipps, and I represent myself. I'm a Fresno County resident and a registered civil engineer for 33 years. Monitoring data show that discharge has caused groundwater to exceed water quality objectives. Why? Largely because of the lack of basic treatment and control measures typically employed at other sewage treatment plants. It's not normal for sewage treatment plants to have unlined wastewater treatment ponds that at times are in hydraulic continuity with groundwater. It's not normal for sewage plants to discharge sludge to secondary ponds, especially with pits penetrating the water table. The city enjoyed cost savings for over decades from not implementing BPTC for sludge treatment while loading unlined ponds with sludge. The city may not have the resources to correct this design flaw now, but can under a reasonable time schedule. Staff has presented no evidence indicating that the order's BOD loadings will be effective at abating chronic anoxic conditions that cause groundwater to contain arsenic, iron, and manganese in concentrations exceeding the MCLs, at times by orders of magnitude. The order's required groundwater study will only confirm this and delay the day of reckoning that current BOD loadings are simply too high. The city has options. It can update its industrial pretreatment program to require BOD removal pretreatment by significant users. These include Nestle, the world's largest publicly held food company, and Modesto-based E&J Gallo Winery, the world's largest wine company, to name just two. Staff wants you to believe that it's not its responsibility to critique and question technical assumptions and reports certified by registered professionals. It is, especially for discharges that have polluted groundwater. Staff wants you to believe everything's fine here. Move along, and accept the steady state pollution caused by the discharge and approve the status quo as long as the pollution doesn't get worse. What incentive is there for other dischargers to protect groundwater if staff prepares updated orders that authorize polluting discharge practices to continue as long as the pollution doesn't get any worse? How consistent is this permitting approach with the board's obligation to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of the region's water resources for the benefit of present and future generations? I thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns about this order. It's an improvement over the current order, but it's not fair to all the other treatment plants out there that are doing the right thing, are spending the money to do the right thing, and don't pollute in the manner that the city of Modesto has polluted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kipps, and thank you for keeping your remarks within the allocated time. That is appreciated. At this point, Mr. Daniels, would you like to give any closing statement or any rebuttal to any of that? It's just an opportunity for you. All right, at this point, Scott, do you have any closing remarks?
No, the presentation stands, but we do agree with Ms. Kipps in principle, that the city should be doing better. And that's why the proposed permit does include additional compliance requirements in there. So it's a big project. It's going to take them a long time to do these things. The city is committed financially to doing these projects. So how they implement the project in terms of cost, that's their business. Ms. Kipps pointed out the large food processing facilities that are within the city. Again, that's their business, how they deal with it financially. But the city is obligated under the newer permit. So that's my closing.
All right, thank you. And then Executive Officer Patrick, do you have the recommendation, please?
I just want to recognize the comments by the city. It is a city that is often, folks don't realize how large, how complex this facility is. And it has been doing the right thing. It has been really putting a lot of resources into recycled water projects, into regulatory compliance, and structuring its infrastructure for smart growth. I think the board's permit, why you didn't hear, hey, we love this permit from the city, is because we're pushing them hard. It's going to be expensive. It doesn't necessarily cover everything all right now, but I do think it meets both the board's obligations to protect water quality and the board's desire to ensure that, especially for communities that are below, that are not rich communities, that we take reasonable measures and reasonable amounts of time to get them to where they need to be. But it is extraordinary what they have been doing to plan for their future infrastructure needs in the city. So I recommend adoption of the order here today.
All right, thank you for that. The hearing is now closed. At this point, we have deliberation on the board, and I will entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
So move.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Mindy, please take the roll. Denise?
Yes.
Oh, there you
Was
are.
my name called?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm voting yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes, I will vote aye, and I will say that I want to echo Patrick's comments relative to the city of Modesto. I do acknowledge this is always a delicate balance relative to the cost of compliance, but at least for this board member, that's a very important issue. We want to do the right thing. You guys are doing the right thing, but cost of compliance is an important factor. All right, moving on to item 12. O'Neill Beverages et al. At this time, the board will consider revised WDRs for O'Neill Beverages Company LLC, Reedley Winery and Distillery, Fresno County. If you are a person in the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please do so now. If you're online and have not registered, please raise your hand. Is there any participant who's contesting the proposed actions and wishes to present evidence or testimony on this matter? Ms. Kipps, are you contesting this item?
Yes.
All right, this hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. The designated parties are O'Neill Beverages Company LLC, Reedley Winery and Distillery in Fresno County. Designated parties will have 10 minutes, I will say up to 10 minutes for presentation and closing statement. All other persons are interested persons. Unless additional time is granted, all interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. All persons expecting to testify and provide evidence, please stand up, or if you're virtual, please raise your right hand. Take the following oath. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, please answer, I do. All right, thank you. So when it's your time to speak, please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. If any designated parties have any difficulties, please notify us immediately if you're virtually. If you're on the phone, please press *9. You can also send an email to agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. At this point, Mr. Moskal, are there any legal issues that need to be discussed?
No.
Love that answer. We will now go on to the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair Abdus and members of the board. My name is Katie Carpenter. I'm an engineering geologist in the Non-15 Groundwater Protection Permitting Unit in the Fresno office, and I have taken the oath. The item before you is to update waste discharge requirements for the O'Neill Beverage Company's Reedley Winery and Distillery. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the facility, proposed WDR conditions, and address comments received during the 30-day public comment period. Next slide. The facility, located in Fresno County, is approximately a half a mile west of the city of Reedley and just west of the Kings River. The area shaded in blue includes storage tanks, processing areas, offices, and warehouses. There is also a Title 27 double-lined Class 2 surface impoundment regulated under separate WDRs that receives most high salinity waste streams, such as boiler blowdown and water softening regenerant. The existing land application area is outlined in yellow, while additional proposed application areas not currently in use are shown in purple. The orange area represents the location of a new pretreatment system completed in 2020, which includes biofiltro worm beds that use worms to treat the winery waste before land application. We will discuss the biofiltro system in more detail later. In addition, the pretreatment system includes associated pre-screening units, settling tanks, line containment structures, an effluent storage tank, and associated pumps and valves to control flows. The nearby Riverview Elementary School, shown here, is located just south and west of the facility and land application areas. Next slide. The facility has been in operation as a winery under various owners since prior to the 1950s. O'Neill purchased the facility in 2004 and assumed operations. It is currently regulated under Waste Discharge Requirements Order R5-2014-0045, which authorizes a discharge of up to 0.61 million gallons per day and 80 million gallons per year of winery wastewater and stillage to approximately 189 acres of farmland owned by the discharger. The land application area currently consists of only 179 acres, since part of the acreage was used for construction of the pretreatment system shown on the previous slide. O'Neill submitted a complete report of waste discharge in 2020 to address the changes associated with the pretreatment system. The board also adopted a cease and desist order, CDO R5 2014-0046 in 2014, requiring O'Neill to address groundwater degradation due to historical activities. Next slide. The facility, previously regulated by waste discharge requirements 95-014, which authorized the discharge of winery waste and stillage to approximately 36.8 acres of land. In November of 2000 and September 2003, the previous owner of the facility was issued notices of violation for discharging waste in excess of permitted flows, failure to use adequate land for discharge of stillage waste, and contributing to groundwater degradation. CDO R5 2014-0046 required O'Neill to address current and historical issues arising from the overapplication of wastewater with high concentrations of organic, represented as biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, on too small an area, leading to anoxic conditions in soil and causing groundwater degradation for ammonia and metals such as iron, manganese, and arsenic. The CDO recognized that O'Neill had made some improvements, but that more was needed, and required O'Neill to cease discharging in violation of its WDRs and comply with groundwater limitations in the order. It also required O'Neill to delineate the vertical and horizontal extent of groundwater degradation from historical operations. O'Neill completed the tasks assigned in the CDO, including adding wastewater treatment and enhanced wastewater handling and management measures. As such, CDO R5 2014-0046 was rescinded by the board earlier in the meeting. Next slide. As part of the salt control program, the discharger is participating in the prioritization and optimization study, or P&O study, under the alternative approach, working toward a long-term solution to address salinity issues in the Central Valley. For the nitrate control program, the facility is in a priority 1 basin, and the discharger is pursuing Path B and joined the Kings Water Alliance Management Zone. The discharger is currently in good standing with both programs, and the proposed WDRs incorporate requirements to ensure continued compliance and participation in these programs. Next slide. As discussed earlier, O'Neill installed a biofiltro treatment system, shown here as part of its pretreatment program. Completed in 2020, it has led to a significant improvement in wastewater quality, reducing organics and nitrogen concentrations in the discharge by about 90% and 30% respectively. The pretreatment system also includes 3 single-lined high-density polyethylene sumps and a lined overflow basin with combined storage capacity of about 1 million gallons to handle peak wastewater flows during and after treatment prior to land application. In addition, O'Neill also proposed to increase the available acreage for land application of wastewater to 325 acres, an increase of about 40%. However, the infrastructure to send wastewater to the additional acreage has not been installed due to recent market trends, resulting in decreased production and about a 30% drop in overall wastewater flows, reducing the need for the additional acreage. The proposed WDRs do incorporate the expanded acreage and require conditions when or if the acreage is needed. Next slide. This is a cross-section of the basic biofiltro treatment system. After pretreatment to remove solids and adjust pH, winery wastewater is sprayed evenly over the worm beds, which consists of 3 layers. The first layer is made up of wood chips or a similar woody material such as nutshells that provides a substrate for worms and microorganisms to thrive. As the wastewater percolates through the substrate, the worms and microbes capture and metabolize organics and nutrients in the wastewater, transforming it into a nutrient-rich soil amendment. Next comes a base layer of clean river cobbles, followed by a drainage layer at the bottom of the bed to capture treated wastewater and direct it to the effluent storage tank. The system is relatively simple to manage and does not require a lot of energy to run. However, it does take up a lot of space. The worm beds are manually turned on a weekly basis, and there are PVC vents placed at intervals to enhance oxygen transfer within the beds. In addition, the worm beds are cleaned out about once every 2 to 3 years to remove worm castings and shake and dry out the wood chips. Afterwards, the system is re-inoculated with worms from other beds conditioned to handle the winery's wastewater. Worm castings and wood chips not returned to the beds will be sold for use as a soil amendment, mulch, or as a soil or to inoculate new systems. Next slide. This graph highlights the improvement in effluent quality for BOD and total nitrogen after installation of the biofiltros treatment system in 2020, with a significant reduction shown in BOD concentrations represented by the blue columns starting in 2020. In addition, effluent total nitrogen depicted by the yellow line also shows a general decrease once the pretreatment system began operating. The peak observed in 2023 is related to a single sample collected in May of that year. The reason for the elevated nitrogen is unknown. However, there were issues with the system at the time, which clogged some of the worm beds. O'Neill has since added additional screening and cleaned out the affected worm bed to correct the issue. Current trends are in line with expected reductions in effluent total nitrogen. Next slide. The proposed WDRs carries over the existing average daily flow limit of 0.61 million gallons per day, with a slight increase of about 7% in the annual flow limit, bringing it to 85.85 million gallons to allow flexibility for the system. The proposed WDRs also carries over BOD loading limits from the existing WDRs of 100 pounds per acre per day to fields A East and A West within the original land application areas, and allows 150 pounds per acre per day for all other fields if sprinklers are used for wastewater application. More restrictive BOD loading is required if flood irrigation is used. The proposed WDRs also requires nitrogen loading to be at reasonable agronomic rates based on results from soil or tissue sampling, and requires continued compliance with the salt and nitrate control programs. As part of its compliance with the salt control program, the proposed WDR sets a performance-based salinity limit of 2,100 milligrams per liter fixed dissolved solids, calculated as an annual average consistent with the control program's requirement for dischargers enrolled in the P&O study to maintain existing salt levels. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the facility, highlighting the discharger's extensive monitoring well network, with 32 active monitoring wells represented by the red dots placed around the facility in the land application areas. Additional monitoring wells identified by the yellow dots represent those wells that have generally been dry or inactive in recent years and replaced with deeper monitoring wells. Groundwater flow is generally to the west-southwest, away from the Kings River, as indicated by the arrow at the top of the image. This pink box, next slide, or click, outlines the remaining portion of the original land application area, authorized under WDR 95-014, that is still in use. Specifically, fields A East and A West, which have received winery wastewater and stillage since at least the 1950s, and will be discussed in detail later. Next slide. Comments on the proposed WDRs were received from 2 parties, of which include 18 comments were from the discharger and 24 from Ms. Joanne Kipps, an interested person. Staff reviewed and addressed the comments received in our response to comments document included with the agenda package, and made some revisions that are included in the proposed WDRs. While the discharger has concurred with the WDRs as proposed, Ms. Kipps has requested to contest the proposed order. Following is a summary of the primary remaining issues Ms. Kipps has with the proposed WDRs. Next slide. Specifically, Ms. Kipps requests that the proposed WDRs include a time schedule to cease all discharges to fields A East and A West. Ms. Kipps contends that historical activities within the original land application area has led to a lack of assimilative capacity in the soils to remove organics and nutrients in the wastewater. And given the presence of ammonia in groundwater, as well as elevated potassium significantly above background levels, and the presence of iron, manganese, and arsenic above water quality objectives, continued application of winery wastewater to these fields will exacerbate existing groundwater degradation. In a related comment, Ms. Kipps expressed concern with the use of anhydrous ammonia in the pretreatment system, leading to increased ammonia in the discharge, which could potentially further impact groundwater quality for ammonia. She also expressed concern that the lack of monitoring for ammonia and influent in soil sampling could limit the discharger's ability to address this issue. Next slide. Monitoring of wastewater migrating through the unsaturated soils between the surface and the water table, or VADOS zone, conducted at the facility between 2014 and 2018, shows that while the assimilative capacity of soils within fields A East and A West has been reduced, the soils still provide treatment for organics and nutrients, with an 85% or greater reduction in BOD concentrations within the upper 5 feet of soil, and further reductions by 10 feet, as well as about a 70% reduction in total nitrogen concentrations and 50 to 80% reduction in potassium observed between 2 and 10 feet, with further reductions expected by the time it reaches groundwater at 50 to 60 feet below grade. In addition, since it purchased the facility, O'Neill has made significant changes to address over-application of wastewater, including increasing its land application area to 179 acres, almost a 50% increase since they assumed operations in 2004, and switching to sprinkler irrigation to enhance oxygen transfer. In addition, O'Neill added the wastewater treatment system in 2020, significantly improving the quality of its discharge, and established enhanced wastewater handling and management measures to ensure even application of wastewater and improved field rotation. The proposed WDRs continue to restrict BOD loading to fields A East and A West to 100 pounds per acre per day with sprinkler application, and further restricts it to 50 pounds per acre per day if flood application is used. In addition, it requires a wastewater and nutrient management plan and semi-annual soil monitoring to track and evaluate nutrient loading within the soil profile, including nitrogen and potassium, to ensure wastewater applications are consistent with crop requirements. The next slides look at groundwater conditions at the facility and provides a visual depiction on the extent of groundwater degradation using data from the existing monitoring well network and Excel's 3D heat mapping tool, which interpolates geospatial points to create a continuous surface with a colored gradation representing groundwater concentrations for constituents of concern. While not exact, the extensive monitoring well network at the facility, particularly around the original land application area, these maps provide a decent basis to analyze trends, with the green areas representing background or upgradient conditions, grading to red, which represents areas where the highest concentrations for the specified constituent were detected. In this slide, using the available data for ammonia, it appears that the plume of elevated ammonia, represented by the red and orange colors, is centered around the original land application area, and that between February 2021 and October of 2024, the plume has remained relatively stable and does not appear to be expanding or migrating off-site. Further, as shown in the accompanying graph, overall concentrations of ammonia in monitoring wells south and west of fields A East and A West in the direction of groundwater flow, specifically monitoring wells MW14, MW19, SI4, and SI5 have been decreasing or remained stable since the pretreatment system began operating. Of note, MW14 on the southern edge of the ammonia plume was dry during the period after February 2021 until August of 2023, so there is limited data available for this well. However, concentrations of ammonia in the other monitoring wells down gradient of MW14 and the ammonia plume have remained relatively stable or non-detect. Next slide. Similar trends are seen here for potassium in groundwater. Again, with a relatively stable plume of degradation of elevated potassium shown by the red and orange colors, surrounded by monitoring wells with potassium concentrations similar to or near background concentrations represented in green. Next slide. As well as manganese. Note that since manganese has a water quality objective for taste and odor, the concentration maps were adjusted so that the orange and red colors correspond to areas where manganese concentrations are above the water quality objective, while yellow and green generally represents those areas that are at or below the water quality objective. Graphs and concentration maps for additional constituents of concern show similar trends and are included in attachment D of the proposed WDRs. No concentration maps were prepared for iron or arsenic, since these constituents were only above detection limit in a few interior monitoring wells, and only a couple of cases exceeded their respective water quality objectives. Next slide. As shown in the previous slides, the use of anhydrous ammonia does not appear to be contributing significantly to groundwater degradation for ammonia. While effluent data does show an increase in effluent ammonia since the pretreatment system was installed, overall total nitrogen concentrations in the discharge have dropped. Further, the proposed WDRs requires the discharger to track its annual use of anhydrous ammonia and requires preparation of an ammonia evaluation and minimization plan to evaluate the presence of ammonia in its discharge and minimize it to the extent practical. As for the lack of specific analysis for ammonia in influent and soil sampling, the monitoring and reporting program does require the discharger to report on total ketol nitrogen, or TKN, which includes ammonia and is a more conservative measure to use when calculating nitrogen loading. To the extent that the discharger wishes to distinguish between ammonia and TKN in required plans and reports, it is free to do so. Next slide. In summary, the discharger has completed the tasks defined in the cease and desist order and implemented changes necessary to significantly reduce wastewater and organic loading to its land application areas. In addition, there is no evidence that since O'Neill took over the facility in 2004 and began implementing measures to reduce wastewater loading, including the initial expansion of the land application area and installation of the pretreatment system, that the continued application of wastewater to fields A East and A West is exacerbating existing groundwater degradation beneath the original land application area or causing it to expand. The proposed WDRs continues to restrict BOD loading to fields A East and A West. In addition, it requires implementation of a wastewater and nutrient management plan to ensure reasonable application of wastewater consistent with crop needs. Continued compliance with the salt and nitrate control programs with both short-term and long-term requirements to address impacts from salinity and nitrogen in its discharge, and includes extensive soil and groundwater monitoring to properly manage the discharge and protect groundwater. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends adoption of the waste discharge requirements as proposed. And we're free to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed to testimony from any of the designated parties. Do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Is Phil Castro here?
Yes, thank you for that. That is appreciated. At this point, do we have any interest persons that are wishing to speak on this item? I know we have Ms. Kipps.
Yes, just Ms. Kip.
Okay, Ms. Kipps, you've requested 5 minutes. I would appreciate you keeping it within that time if you can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, board members, chair. My name is Joanne Kipps. I represent myself. I'm a Fresno County resident and a registered civil engineer for 33 years. Monitoring data show that the discharge, long discharge, has degraded high-quality groundwater for waste constituents in the discharge and created by the discharge, so-called byproducts like iron and manganese and arsenic. Nitrogen in winery wastewater is mostly organic, which decomposes slowly to plant-available forms, ammonia, then nitrate. Effluent nitrate is mostly ammonia. A lot is likely pass-through of ammonia used for pH control. Groundwater ammonia concentrations remain high since pretreatment began. This means ammonia loadings exceed crop demand and BOD loadings exceed the soil's ability to re-aerate. Free oxygen is necessary to nitrify ammonia to nitrate, which through denitrification is converted to nitrogen gas and vents to the atmosphere. Chronic anoxic conditions that retard nitrification will not improve if BOD loadings continue to mobilize arsenic, iron, and manganese. If this sounds complicated, it is. Complicated, excuse me, hold on. Groundwater under the long-used fields A West and A East also has extremely high potassium. This is definitely not normal. Chronic potassium loading to these fields at rates multiple times that of crop demand has depleted the soil's capacity to assimilate potassium, resulting in potassium breakthrough, thereby unreasonably increasing groundwater salinity. Prohibiting discharge to these fields is necessary to abate the potassium breakthrough and is a reasonable salt control measure. The order authorizes discharge to up to 325 acres, 146 of which are yet to be developed fields, more than enough to replace the 30 acres comprising the long-used fields. Also, staff wants you to grant the discharger a mixing zone in groundwater underlying a parcel it recently purchased, but by its own admission will not likely use for wastewater disposal due to a declining global wine consumption. Moving the down gradient compliance boundary by 1/3 of a mile from the current discharge operation is like killing the canary and implies a new beneficial use for groundwater for pollution dilution. Where in the basin plan does it say dischargers can pollute groundwater as long as it meets objectives when it flows beyond discharger-owned property? Please ask staff to prepare a late revision to prohibit discharge to fields A West and A East, and to reinstate monitoring wells 14 and 19 as down gradient compliance wells, or ask staff to make it so by preparing an amendment to the order at the earliest opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns about this discharge. In my years of looking at winery discharges in the Central Valley, I have to say that the potassium impacts from this discharge is off the charts and can be abated if the board were to select to prohibit discharge to these 30 acres. I appreciate your attention on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kipps. I'd like to extend the opportunity to any designated party to provide any rebuttal or any comments again. Nope, seeing none. I'd open back up to board staff and the executive officer recommendation.
I do want to thank Ms. Kipps for engaging in the dialogue that she has. You know, I think that not all of the, although we're talking about some of the comments that she still has significant concerns with, her comments on these orders have added value. And we've caused us to take a look at some of the requirements and make some changes to our draft orders in response. I think where we differ in opinion is what we should be requiring of industries like O'Neill that have come a long way. We issued a cease and desist order. We rescinded that cease and desist order earlier in the meeting because they have complied with it and radically transformed what they're doing out there at their fields. There's still residual contamination. There's still residual problems at some of those areas. I think what Katie demonstrated in her presentation is those are highly localized. They are not impacting down gradient users. And as such, we will continue to require the discharger in this permit to employ best practicable treatment or control to limit degradation from its facility. And with that, I do recommend adoption of the order as proposed by staff.
Thank you, Patrick. The hearing is now closed. Open it up for any discussion on the board, and I will also entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
Yes, I'd just like to also thank Ms. Kipps for her being steadfast and speaking at the board meetings on issues that are important to the public. She represents herself, but she also speaks with understanding of the issue. So I really want to appreciate her comments as she's done this over and over again over the years. I wanted to ask Katie a question, and she may have provided the information regarding the significant reduced organic loading to the land area, and what was that reduction number that you made mention to it? And I'm just curious of what your reduction number is.
Yes, are you asking about the reduction between adding the pretreatment system?
Yes, you had indicated that there was a reduced organic loading to the land area, and I'm just curious what the number is.
Overall, effluent concentrations for BOD before the pretreatment system went in operation was around 10,000 to 9,000 milligrams per liter, with occasionally higher during the crush season. And after the pretreatment system was installed, it went down to closer to 4,000 and sometimes 2,000 when the crush is not going on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions? With chair's prerogative, I'll move the staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mindy, please take the roll.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Baggett, Vice Chair Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Chair Abdus.
Yes. At the risk of being accused of declaring a war on lunch, I know we have one more item, so if it's just the same for everybody, I think, is everybody okay just going on to that? Does anybody want to take a break on the board? Are you guys just a little bio break or anything? Are we good? Okay.
I will say, you know, just as an offer, you know, to the extent that board members are feeling a bit peckish right now, it could be a lunch and learn opportunity here. It is a presentation from staff about an issue, so we could bring the lunches up there.
Okay. All right. Board members are welcome to lunch and learn, as they say. Sorry to everybody else who didn't bring lunch today then.
But that it's a non-voting item, so.
CR. All right, so at this point, I'm going to call,
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, we'll take
Do
a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Just pop up and.
Nick, I'm trying to save you from Elena here. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
All right, calling the meeting back to order. On to item number 15, the PFAS presentation, a workshop. So Mr. Daniel Newton is here to make a presentation. It's an informational item only. No action will be taken, though the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. We'll move now to the staff presentation, and you do not look like Daniel. All right.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Abdis and members of the board. My name is Helen Yu. I am a senior WRC specialist with the tanks program in the Rancho Cordova office. It's my pleasure to present to you this informational item on per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, with our colleague Daniel Newton, Assistant Deputy Director from the State Board's Division of Drinking Water. So in this presentation, we'll begin with an introduction to PFAS and its recent developments. Then we'll present a statewide initiative of monitoring PFAS levels in supply wells located in disadvantaged communities. Following that, I will provide an update on the status and results of implementing the state board's investigative orders concerning PFAS at airports, bulk fuel terminals, and chrome plating facilities within the Central Valley region. We will conclude the presentation with a discussion of future steps in the PFAS investigations for our region. PFAS, short for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, includes over 14,000 man-made chemical compounds. Ooh. One more, please. Sorry, I forgot. Thank you for the reminder. So PFAS includes over 14,000 man-made chemical compounds, from firefighting foams to the textile industry, from non-stick cookware and food packaging materials to metal plating and high-tech applications. PFAS chemicals have been integrated into a wide array of industries and consumer products. Next slide, please. First created in the lab around the 1930s, commercial scale production of PFAS did not begin until the 1950s. Since then, various PFAS chemicals, including newer substitutes for older versions being phased out, continue to be produced today. According to a widely cited 2023 report, the U.S. manufactures or imports on the order of 2.5 billion pounds of PFAS each year. The large-scale production, widespread use, and disposal of PFAS-containing products have contributed to the wide presence of PFAS in the environment. In the last 20 years, considerable efforts have been made to enhance their detection and better understand their impacts on human health and the environment. Next slide, please. All PFAS compounds, either directly or after transformation, are highly persistent in the environment. The persistence comes from the strong carbon-fluoride bond, which is one of the strongest in organic chemistry. Combined with long fluorinated carbon chains, the carbon-fluoride bond provides desirable properties, such as resistance to oil, water, and heat. Taking perfluorooctane sulfonic acid as an example, PFOS, which is the perfluorooctanic sulfonic acid, along with perfluorooctanic acid, PFOA, are one of the two most studied PFAS compounds. PFOS contains a fully fluorinated carbon chain tail that repels both water and oil, and a sulfonated head that attracts water. Acting together, these structures grant the chemical excellent surfactant properties. Conversely, the same structures hinder the natural degradation of PFAS and cause it to remain in the human body for long periods. The reported half-life of PFOS in the human body is reportedly 3 to 5 years. For context, the human half-life for tetrachloroethylene, PCE, which is a common chlorinated solvent pollutant, is 1 to 3 days. PFAS can be categorized into polymers and non-polymers. Polymers are substances or materials that consist of very large molecules of repeated subunits. Because of their large molecular structures, they do not come through the cell membranes, and polymeric PFAS are generally considered to be less toxic, while non-polymers, such as PFOS and PFOA, can be toxic at low levels. High exposure can lead to liver damage, kidney damage, depressed immune response, developmental problems during pregnancy, and increased cancer risk. Next slide, please. All right. PFAS pose unique challenges to human health and the environment. In addition to their high persistence, high toxicity, and various sources, other factors also contribute to this issue. First and foremost, the tough-to-break carbon-fluoride bond place a high demand on treatment technologies. Currently available methods are energy-intensive and costly. The search for cost-effective methods to eliminate PFAS in situ is actively underway. Secondly, PFAS chemicals have various structures including different carbon chain lengths and head groups, leading to a wider range of environmental mobilities. Once released, some PFAS can volatilize and enter the atmosphere. Others can easily move with groundwater and stormwater. Still others tend to bind tightly to soil particles remaining in the source zones. This wider range of mobility adds challenges to track and control their movements. Third, while PFAS analytical methods are rapidly evolving, commercially available methods currently only measure a tiny fraction of the entire PFAS family, much like the tip of an iceberg. The combination of these elements complicates the thorough evaluation and control of PFAS environmental impacts. Researchers worldwide have devoted substantial efforts to tackle this issue from multiple perspectives. Next slide, please. First, let's look at the development of analytical methods for PFAS, which defines our capability to spot these chemicals in the environment. 16 years ago, the US EPA first published the methodology for analyzing 14 PFAS compounds in drinking water. 10 years after that, the method was improved to include 25 compounds. Last year, the US EPA finalized the methodology for non-drinking water matrices. And these matrices include aqueous media such as groundwater, surface water, landfill leachate, and wastewater. Also, non-aqueous media such as soil, sediment, biosolids, and fish tissue. The number of PFAS chemicals included in the method has also increased to 40. In fact, some commercial laboratories can now routinely analyze up to 120 PFAS chemicals. Also in 2024, the agency published an analytical method for adsorbable organic fluorine to estimate the total concentration of all PFAS. Next slide, please. This slide emphasizes our expanding attention around PFAS. This expansion is closely related to the evolving PFAS analytical methods. While initial attention in the 2000s and early 20s focused on PFOA and PFOS, nationwide testing of drinking water supplies from 2013 to 2015 bring 4 additional PFAS to our awareness, especially PFHXS and PFNA. As methods for identifying and quantifying PFAS continue to improve, other short-chain and long-chain compounds in the sulfonate and carboxylate groups. Also, the replacement PFAS compounds, such as fluoropolymers or perfluoroalkyl ethers, have also been analyzed in drinking water and other matrices. Recently, advancements in PFAS analytical methods have further brought ultra-short-chain PFAS to our radar. These compounds have less than 4 carbons in their structures and are highly mobile. Later in the presentation, Dan will touch on the sampling results of ultra-short-chain PFAS taken from supply wells in disadvantaged communities. Hopefully, you can tell that we are talking about a significant number of compounds. To date, the most effective regulatory approach has been to phase out or ban the use of PFAS compounds. Next slide, please. This slide outlines legislative actions taken in California. The table summarizes key bills and their effective dates. It's important to note that most of these bills are already in effect, while certain aspects of the AFFF ban and the ban in the PFAS in textile ban are set to take effect over the next 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. Building on recent developments, let's talk about 3 key areas: the development of PFAS alternatives, remediation efforts, and risk evaluation. The release of AFFF into the environment is a major contributor to PFAS contamination in groundwater. The Department of Defense spurred the development of fluorine-free foam, F3, represent a significant advancement in finding alternatives to PFAS. For remediation efforts, promising destruction technologies are transferring from laboratory testing to pilot-scale applications. Additionally, researchers have identified microbes that can incorporate PFOA into their cell membranes, along with other microbes capable of breaking the carbon-fluoride bond in lab experiments, marking a breakthrough in PFAS bioremediation. For risk evaluation in 2024, the US EPA finalized the human health risk toxicity assessment for PFOA and PFOS and has classified both chemicals as likely to be carcinogenic to human. In January this year, the agency published a risk assessment document that specifically examines the impact of PFOA and PFOS containing biosolids on individuals living near agricultural fields where these biosolids are applied. Also, since 2022, the US EPA has released risk-based thresholds for multiple PFAS compounds across various matrices, including drinking water, fish, soil, and groundwater. Next slide, please. So this slide presents US EPA regional screening levels for soil and water quality criteria or benchmark for surface water regarding various PFAS constituents. These protective values are risk-based concentrations that are non-enforceable and only consider the relationship between exposure and risk. For context, the slide also includes reasonably established maximum contaminant levels, MCLs, for PFAS in drinking water. MCLs are legally enforceable standards that consider not only health effects, but also the capabilities of the best available analytical and treatment technologies, as well as their associated costs. The standards and guidelines levels have helped the regional board staff evaluate environmental monitoring data to assess whether potentially impacted sites require further investigation or remediation. The units for water matrices in the table are nanograms per liter or parts per trillion ppt. For context, 1 ppt is equivalent to just 1 drop of water in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Right now, our biggest concern is PFAS impact on human health. The levels are much higher for aquatic life. Finally, for compounds in red, the US EPA is going to revisit them and may change them in the future. Next, and then we'll provide the latest efforts by the Division of Drinking Water related to PFAS investigation and regulating public water systems for PFAS.
Thank you, Helen. That was a wonderful introduction. So DDW has been very busy over the last handful of years, and I'm going to go over a handful of slides that show what we've done as far as monitoring statewide and some of the research we're doing. My name is Dan Newton. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director here in the Division of Drinking Water. I'm the Northern California Fields Operations Branch Chief on that front. But I have the pleasure of also being the state lead for drinking water and PFAS. Also joining me today is Wendy Link. She's in the panel here to help answer any questions. She's with the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality. Next slide, please. And so to provide a little context, we have issued here in the Division of Drinking Water several orders, and I wanted to break this down into 2 bullets. We have our current 2022 order that was issued to water systems that were adjacent to highly vulnerable areas of PFAS. Those are locations of water wells within 1 mile or 2 of airports, refineries, bulk fuel terminals, chrome platers, landfills, fire training areas, etc. To date, we have issued roughly orders to 1,300 wells, roughly 390 systems. What's interesting about this 22 order is that it's looking for PFAS where we think we're going to find it. In contrast, on bullet number 2 here, we have the 2024 order that we issued in 24 to wells that serve disadvantaged communities statewide. This is a one-time testing, free to those that we sampled at, paid for by the state. We targeted roughly 3,500 wells under this effort, 1,100 systems, and it was authorized by Assembly Bill 178. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to dive a little deeper into what Assembly Bill 178 required. It had 3 objectives. And from that, we had the order that I just mentioned. But the first objective was to develop a broad spectrum method that we could test at all of these locations. We performed a study that looked at many different methods and came up with AOF, as Helen mentioned previously. Absorbable organic fluorine was a method that we embraced to sample and understand as much mass of PFAS that we could understand. Keep in mind Helen's chart of the iceberg that she started off with. PFAS isn't just the 25 or 200 analytes that are presented in targeted methods. It's a class of roughly 14,000 constituents or analytes. So it's a very challenging emerging constituent. So we settled on AOF. There's other methods, EOF, TOP, PIGGY, etc. And we're continuing to look at those and refine those. But with this study, all the results going forward are looking at AOF from a broad spectrum perspective. Objective 2 was to use that method along with targeted methods and tested every well that you see on the map on the right. Just a quick note, the map on the right, we've got some good coverage of the state. We hit all the corners. We're in rural, industrial, places that we don't expect to find PFAS, and of course, places that we would expect to find it. I'll share the results of that here in the next 4 or 5 slides. But with that, we also use targeted methods. A subset of all of the wells that you see here also underwent an NTA approach, along with an ultra-short approach. Roughly 700 wells, and I'll also dive into that in more detail in the next slides. Lastly, objective 3 is to develop a regulatory approach that looks at this beyond an analyte by analyte or MCL by MCL method. This could take different shapes or forms, such as adding analytes to an existing EPA method, looking at a treatment technology approach, or other. The results from objective 2, all the data that we're receiving from the 2024 order, will inform how we move forward. And we're right at that point of completing the 2024 order. We're roughly 80% done with all of our testing statewide. What you'll see in the next slides, next slide please, are the results to date. So somewhat hot off the press. Again, this is only for the 2024 order. It's a good cross-section of the state. It's not looking at where we're going to find PFAS, but more typical of what does the state impact of PFAS look like throughout the state of California. You'll notice that we're roughly at a 10% or lower detection rate. And that's pretty good news from when we first started this and trying to understand PFAS prevalence and presence throughout the state. What we see are the typical carboxylates and sulfonates. They're showing up that Helen mentioned or will mention further in the slide. But I want to point out on the right side of the chart, the ethers and the fluorotelomers. We are not seeing a lot of detection in our drinking water wells that we regulate. And that could be, or maybe suggestive of, partitioning or degradation of analytes as they break down. Yes, they are forever chemicals, but those chemicals go through a biological process or a breakdown process that ends in terminal products or daughter products. What we see on the left chart may be those endpoint products. Next slide, please. Looking at the levels of what we saw, the detections in the previous slide, the levels or the concentrations, as Helen mentioned, we look at nanograms per liter or parts per trillion. We're seeing relatively low levels, but yet they exceed the proposed MCLs. For the most part, we have single-digit numbers. Of course, we have our outliers and a lot of non-detects, but the table at the bottom indicates what we're finding as far as the extremes, but the average is sitting in the single digits. With levels as low as we are, the federal MCL levels of 4 parts per trillion, we do have exceedances that will likely occur. I wanted to point out the dark blue box, PFOA, and the bright orange box, PFOS, they're shaded solid. Those are the 2 analytes that federal EPA is proposing to keep as an MCL. And they best represent impact throughout the state, and I'll get into that in more detail in the following slides. Next slide, please. I mentioned that several of the wells that we're sampling are receiving an extended analysis, roughly 700 wells. That's taken the AOF and the ultra short and the NTA. All of our wells are receiving the AOF method. And what we have in here in purple is that roughly a third of our wells have enough mass for us to detect a total mass of PFAS. That is a handful of analytes well beyond what we're seeing using targeted methods. The drawback of AOF is the relatively high reporting levels using that method. That method, with confidence, we're getting down to about 800 parts per trillion, with some confidence we're getting down to about 600 parts per trillion, but it indicates that there's a gap between targeted, which can get down below a single nanogram per liter detection level or part per trillion. With this method, it's much larger. We are working with our commercial lab and others to explore EOF, AOF, and to continue to optimize. We think there's some promise in moving forward with getting these levels down. More to come on that. To the right in the green chart, you'll see that we have 3 ultra short PFASs that we're detecting. We have another 3 down below in the footnotes, and I'm not going to hazard to pronounce those, but we are finding non-detect in the state on 3 analytes down below. However, the 3 that are presented, you'll notice on the far right, we have TFMS and PFPRA in relatively low levels. On the other hand, every well that we've tested for TFA, trifluoroacetic acid, we have a detection. Next slide, please. The concentrations. What do the concentrations of the AOF, the TFA, and the other 2 ultra shorts show? Well, on the left, as I mentioned, we have a reporting level relatively high with AOF at 800 parts per trillion. Most of our mass that we're finding is about 1,100, 1,200 parts per trillion on average. On the right, we have a substantial mass of TFA, relatively low concentrations of the other 2 ultra shorts. It's a bit of a suggestion that the TFA may be a majority of the mass found in the AOF. More to come on that as we continue our research and diving into the results that we receive. Next slide, please. And as Helen mentioned, federal EPA has MCLs out. They were promulgated in 2024. The current administration is looking to roll back or rescind, for lack of a better word, 4 of the 6 analytes that are proposed for an MCL or that have an MCL. Those are highlighted in red. The MCLs that are going to stay are PFOA and PFOS, and those are in black at 4 parts per trillion. I want to draw your attention to the right 3 columns of the chart. These are the DDW and OEHA advisory levels that we have within the state. So parallel to the federal MCLs, we have our notification and response levels. Traditionally, those are advisory levels. However, a nice piece of legislation, AB 178, provided requirements if these advisory levels are exceeded. So in a way, these are pseudo MCLs. They require, if exceeded, that a water system provide notification to their governing body. That's the notification level. The response level requires that the system take the well offline, or provide a robust outreach program to their user base. So if we were to lose the 4 MCLs on the left, the federal MCLs, the state still has advisory levels with some teeth to them that promotes action. We are moving forward, as you notice on the far right with OEHA, we are requesting a public health goal for PFH-XS. That is another analyte that is found fairly commonly here in the state. And so with that, we continue or plan to continue to move forward with an MCL for PFH-XS. That's under development. We also have levels for the other 2 analytes that are proposed to be rescinded by federal EPA. So those bases are covered. However, we don't have much presence, especially these concentrations here in the state of those 2 analytes. Next slide, please. What you see before you is a formatting error. We're supposed to have several donuts that show, but I think I can salvage this particular slide. What the 2 donuts on the left are PFOA, and the one on the right is PFOS. What's indicated here is in yellow, the detections that we are finding in the state. I'm going to do a little bit of hand waving and say that we have 6.5% detections of PFOA on the donut on the left, and on the donut on the right, just a little less than that for PFOS. If we had the donut for PFH-XS, you would see a 1.8% detection rate. And the other donuts for the rest of the MCLs that federal EPA has an MCL for would be 0. So what we're seeing here is really probably the most important part, is that PFOA and PFOS are the primary analytes that we're finding in the state, and primarily are the exceedance of an MCL in the state. When we have a PFOA or PFOS exceedance, it typically covers any other exceedance. with the caveat that PFH excess does show up by itself occasionally. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we have about 24 systems that have a PFH excess exceedance exclusively without PFOA and PFOS. That's relatively small out of 4,000 wells that we've sampled. However, moving forward with the MCL for that at a state level should cover that base. Next slide, please. So the timelines. Federal EPA is moving forward, and that's what we see here in the green timeline milestone chart on the top is federal EPA's timeline. That's paralleled with the blue timeline here in the state with DDW's adoption of the MCLs. So EPA promulgated the rule in 2024 for PFAS with 6 analytes. The current administration is looking to remove 4 of those, but we're just now starting a initial monitoring period for PFAS. That's federally required. And in fact, today, I'm happy to note that we just issued orders to 12,000 sources statewide to sample per the federal EPA rule. News that's hot off the press. That order is going to ensure compliance and provide some clarity with what is required in the federal rule. It's not a very clean or simple rule. So we are issuing an order to help clarify that with a California lens. From the point of initial monitoring on the far right of the green chart, you'll see that there's a compliance period. Upon determining the PFAS impact at a water system, the water system has, under the current rule, 3 years to deliver compliant water, placing the compliance period at 2029. The current administration is proposing to push that out to 2031. In parallel, we have the blue chart where DDW is going to adopt all 6 MCLs until we know those MCLs are rescinded. And in parallel, we're going to move forward with a treatment technology-based approach. California is very interested in moving forward with an approach that is not MCL by MCL and allows water systems to invest in the future with some certainty. We feel that the treatment that is applied, granulated activated carbon or an ion exchange, is very effective in removing many other co-contaminants besides the targeted PFAS that we see here. In fact, what I've seen so far is that PFOA is the most challenging PFAS on the targeted method to remove. So, in essence, other analytes are being removed by merely watching PFOA. The orange chart shows that we're using the 2024 study with all the analytical methods that I've mentioned to provide insight on how we move forward with a regulatory approach, and that is in development. Next slide, please. So in summary, this is my last slide. The State Water Board Division of Drinking Water is continuing to gather information and do research. We've got a lot of neat data coming. Our NTA results are coming in, and it is a mountain of information. We're diving through that as we speak. The second bullet, public water systems will receive orders and continue to receive orders to comply with the federal MCL that is out there and to continue for us to understand impact and to develop a regulatory approach. The last bullet, of course, I've mentioned federal MCLs are underway with an extension to possibly 2031 to deliver compliant water, and California is moving forward with a class-based approach. So I believe that's my last slide. Next slide, and I'll hand it back to Helen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So from here is me again. In the next 15 minutes or so, I'm going to show you the results of implementing State Board's PFAS orders. All right. So first, we'll look at the monitoring results from supply well. Oh, sorry. Next slide. Thank you. My bad. So these are the results from the monitoring results from supply wells. And this slide shows exceedances of notification levels for the PFAS compounds in supply wells in our region. So those wells are mainly from the deep groundwater aquifers. Since 2022, more than 2,000 municipal wells have been tested for PFAS. On the figure, red indicates exceeding the notification levels, and green means below the notification levels. Monitoring results indicate that PFOA, PFOS, and PFH excess are the primary contributors to PFAS contamination in our region. This trend is similar to what Dan just showed, but unfortunately, I'm sorry for the formatting error. I don't know what happened over there, but So generally in our region, the trend is similar to the statewide trend, except that for PFH access, we do have a little bit more exceedances. This is very likely because this exceedances is with respect to the notification levels rather than the MCLs from the federal level. In California, the notification level for the PFH access is at 3 PPT, whereas for the MCLs, it has 10 PPT. So mostly the exceedances is due to the differences in notification levels in this slide. So moving on, next slide, please. Next, we are going to talk about the PFAS investigations of the top groundwater aquifers in our region. We have 5 state board orders on landfills, airports, chrome platers, wastewater treatment plants, and bulk fuel storage or refineries. The map on the right shows the locations of these facilities in our region. We'll focus on airports, chrome platers, and bulk fuel terminals today. For background, at chrome plating facilities, a thin layer of chromium is applied onto metal or plastic surfaces to enhance durability and corrosion resistance. And mist suppressants containing PFAS may be used during the plating process. Bulk fuel terminals are facilities that store and distribute fuels such as diesel and gasoline. PFAS may be present at these terminals due to the use of AFFF for fire control. Additionally, PFAS may be found as additives in hydraulic oils or lubricants that are stored, distributed, or used at the sites. Next slide, please. This slide shows the number of facilities affected by the state board's waters, both statewide and in our region. The lower portion of the table shows the detailed requirements of these waters. Chrome platers and bulk fuel terminals have additional requirements for sampling stormwater and wastewater. Oh, next slide, please. My apologies. Forgot to say next slide a moment ago. Anyhow, so this slide shows the number of facilities that are affected by the state board waters, both statewide and in our region. The upper panel shows the statewide, the number of statewide waters. In our region, you can see that the numbers are broken down by 3 different offices. And the lower portion shows the detailed requirements. And the chrome platers and bulk fuel terminals have additional requirements for sampling stormwater and wastewater, in addition to soil and groundwater. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the status of compliance with the state board's orders in the PFAS investigation. Phase 1 evaluation aimed to determine whether PFAS are present at the facility. And the Phase 2 investigation seek to assess the extent and magnitude of PFAS impacts to the environment. If a facility shows minimal or low PFAS impacts, no further reporting is required. Cases that are stalled indicate that the investigation has not yet begun. As summarized in the table, 4 airport facilities and 16 bulk fuel terminals have advanced to the Phase 2 investigation after completing Phase 1. Additionally, 21 facilities have been deemed as qualifying for no further reporting required. Currently, 7 chrome plating facilities are in a stalled status. Most of these facilities are small-scale operations, typically staffed by 1 or 2 employees and are facing financial difficulties. Next slide, please. Next, let's look at the general sampling efforts and results from airports. Between 2019 and 2025, more than 140 groundwater samples have been collected from over 80 sampling locations across 5 airport facilities for PFAS analysis. As 4 facilities have moved on to Phase 2 investigation, these numbers will further increase in the coming years. Out of 43 PFAS chemicals tested, 27 were detected. The number of PFAS found at each airport ranged from 13 to 26, with a median of 16. This number has more than doubled those typically observed at sites with more conventional pollutants, like chlorinated solvents or petroleum hydrocarbons. More than 1 PFAS typically coexists at each sampling location. When detected, there is a very wide range in concentration. As an example, the maximum PFOS concentrations observed from these facilities varied by more than 5 orders of magnitude, ranging from 44 ppt at Chico Municipal Airport to 980 ppb at Sacramento International Airport. Next slide, please. Now let's take a look going through this slide. The figure shows the maximum and the median concentrations along with the detection frequencies of several PFAS compounds. The green bars illustrate the median concentrations of PFAS compounds, and the orange line shows the maximum concentrations. Please note that the left y-axis displays PFAS concentrations on a logarithmic scale, where each increment represents a 10-fold increase. We can see that the maximum concentrations are generally orders of magnitude higher than the median. The median concentrations of PFOA, PFOS, and PFHXS exceed their respective federal MCLs. The blue background at the back shows that the most frequently detected compounds come from the sulfonate group, including PFOS and PFHXS, the carboxylate group, including PFOA, followed by the PFAS of the fluoropolymer group. Next slide, please. This slide focuses on bulk fuel terminals. Between 2021 and 2025, about 270 groundwater samples were collected from over 200 sampling locations across 16 facilities within our region for PFAS analysis. Out of the 41 PFAS chemicals tested, 34 chemicals were detected. The number of PFAS detected at each facility ranged from 1 to 27, with a median of 16, which is the same as what we have seen at the airports. The patterns of PFAS presence follow those at airports. However, the detection frequency and concentrations are generally less than at the airports. Next slide, please. On this slide, the figure on the left shows the maximum concentrations in groundwater. Larger bubbles indicate higher contamination levels. Notably, the Sacramento and Stockton areas exhibit higher levels of contamination compared to Redding, Fresno, and Bakersfield. The figure on the right shows the maximum soil concentrations across the facilities. The inserted table shows the maximum concentrations of several PFAS compounds detected in the soil, all of which come from an oil refinery facility in Bakersfield. Despite some facilities showing similar levels of PFAS contamination in the soil, the groundwater concentration levels are lowest in Bakersfield, followed by Fresno, with the highest levels in Sacramento and Stockton. This trend may be due to deeper groundwater tables and also less precipitation in Bakersfield and Fresno, whereas Stockton and Sacramento experienced different conditions. Next slide, please. Here are the results of field samples collected from 4 chrome plating facilities. As we previously introduced, mist suppressants containing PFAS may be used during the plating process. PFOS, a key ingredient in past film suppressants, was detected at each facility and in all tested media, including groundwater, soil, and stormwater. The PFOS levels in groundwater, ranging from 2.7 to 16 ppt, were significantly lower than those typically observed at airports and bulk fuel terminals. Additionally, although not shown in the table, stormwater samples from 2 facilities both tested positive for 622 FTS, a known replacement for PFOS, indicating ongoing emissions from chrome plating operations. Next slide, please. Now we are moving on to talk about the challenges in managing PFAS cleanup sites. As we discussed at the beginning of this presentation, PFAS comprises a large family of chemicals with strong carbon-fluoride bonds, posing unique challenges to human health and the environment, especially in managing cleanup sites. One of the biggest challenges in remediation is the lack of cost-effective technologies that can destroy pollutants in situ. While pilot-scale studies are ongoing, there has been very limited full-scale implementation. Current interim remedies mainly focus on retaining the contamination, which may reduce immediate risk but could hinder long-term remediation. Second, developing a conceptual site model, which is fundamental for managing PFAS contamination during site investigations, is essential but very challenging. The conceptual site model establishes the source and release, describes the affected media and their properties that affect pollutants fate and transport, and identifies potential receptors. Developing site models for PFAS contamination is challenging due to the wide range of chemicals involved. There are varying degrees of mobility, transformations after release, potential multiple discharge sources, and the limitations of current analytical methods, which are costly. Other challenges in managing PFAS sites include determining appropriate cleanup levels. Risk-based thresholds, which are very conservative, can be extremely low. For example, the regional screening levels for PFOA in soil is 0.078 microgram per kilogram for soil industrial sites, which is around the detection limits for many commercial labs. Further, PFAS sampling is expensive. For context, the cost for analyzing PFAS with US EPA method 1633 ranges between $400 and $600 per sample, which is 3 to 4 times higher than the cost for analyzing petroleum hydrocarbons. Because sampling is expensive, sites may lack the dense representative data needed to confidently assess contamination and risk, making it difficult to define, justify, and verify cleanup objectives. Additionally, the potential rescission of federal MCLs for multiple PFAS constituents creates uncertainties in site management, particularly in defining contaminant plumes and establishing cleanup levels. Next slide, please. Moving forward, the regional board staff plan to continue with implementing the investigative waters and complete the delineation of PFAS plumes at affected sites. We'll prioritize our PFAS cases in disadvantaged communities. As needed, we plan to issue regional board orders, such as 13 to 67 investigative orders or monitoring and reporting requirements based on site-specific conditions. For cases that are financially constrained, we'll work with the state board to explore potential funding sources. To effectively manage our PFAS cases, we'll continue to coordinate with the state board and other regional boards to gather additional information, promote data sharing, and promote effective and consistent site management practices. Next slide, please. At this time, I would like to go over the main take-home messages from this presentation. PFAS are a large group of chemicals with strong molecular structures that present unique challenges to both human health and the environment. Over the last 20 years, advancements in science and technology related to PFAS have progressed rapidly. While federal and state initiatives to control PFAS contamination have shown significant improvement, many challenges still remain. In our region, PFOS, PFOA, and PFHxS are the primary contributors to PFAS contamination in drinking water sources. Elevated concentrations of these compounds have been detected in the soil, groundwater, and stormwater at various airport and bulk fuel terminal facilities. To minimize the risk of PFAS and to safeguard human health and environmental integrity, staff from the state board and regional board will closely track developments in PFAS science and technology and continue our monitoring and investigative efforts. With that, I will conclude the presentation, and I would like to invite them back, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. That was a very extensive presentation, very detailed, very much appreciated. Before I take board comments, do we have anybody from the public identified to speak here?
No commenters.
Okay. Well, I'll hand it over to my fellow board members. I certainly, as a layperson, trying to grasp the magnitude of the impacts of PFAS, which is like, it is drinking out of the proverbial fire hose. Today was certainly very helpful in trying to put some framework, at least in my mind, how to build out the lens in which I view the PFAS issues, and certainly, but it feels very daunting. I mean, these chemicals are ubiquitous, and the challenges you identified in slide 33, very, very real and significant challenges. But that I don't think that cuts against the efforts of both the regional board and the state board to try to wrap our heads around not only the extent of the contamination from these chemicals and the risk that they pose to human health, but also, what do we do about it? How do we promote those feasible sort of technologies to help us deal with the extent of this contamination? But with that, I'll hand it over to my fellow board members for any comments. Denise, I think you're still on.
I will say very, very quickly, I really, really want to extend my gratitude to Helen for giving this presentation. Dan, really appreciate you coming by too. One of Dan's teams will be one of our new roommates at the 11020 Sun Center Drive office. So we'll be working on a lot of these even more closely in the future. And just, to really emphasize that one of the reasons for bringing this very technical presentation to you is we've had a lot of our dischargers that have been subject to state board orders to sample for PFAS and to start strategizing about what they're going to do about PFAS. And these go beyond just cleanup sites. So wastewater treatment plants have been asked, sites that just have drinking water and don't necessarily have a cleanup action attached to them have gotten these. Stormwater sites, metal planing facilities. A lot of these sites are asking to put their arms around this. And then on top of all of this, there's been a lot of interaction between regulatory agencies such as ours and the very high profile litigation that the attorney generals are conducting against entities like DuPont, Dow, 3M, and others that put these into the chain of commerce. And then there's the whole issue of what do we do next? What bans will go forward, what bans won't? How do we understand the toxicity of short chain versus long chain? So many, many issues out there. And we do have some sites that are extraordinarily high in terms of the PFAS potential exposure. And we want to keep working away at those and understanding risk and understanding what we're going to do to clean that up.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I think you touched on a few of the concerns I have. Whenever I hear numbers like 4 parts per trillion, it's one of those, it's a number that you can't even grasp. It's like if you put a nickel from here to the sun, you put 4 nickels and the rest of them would go halfway to the sun or something like that. I don't figure that out, but it's just such a minuscule amount. And to correlate that with risk to the environment and to human health is a daunting task, as people have pointed out here. And also the cost of the analysis. I'm glad you touched on that. I was expecting it to be a big number, and might be a good time to open a lab. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it is everywhere, and it's a problem that we're going to be facing long after I'm gone. So good luck with that. But thank you for your presentation. Very comprehensive and eye-opening on a lot of levels. Thank you.
Well, I mean, Dan and Helen, you guys did a great job in presenting some information to us that we really need to, the public really needs to be aware of this situation. And I are very appreciative of the details that you've given us. My concern is, as you talked about the disadvantaged communities, is how will we go about educating them about this situation? You've talked about it being in our water. You talked about it being in some of the products that we use and the impacts that it has. But how will we go about educating the most vulnerable community members about this this horrible chemical that's everywhere?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. It was directed at me or Helen. From a drinking water perspective, I'll let you know what we're doing. With the 2024 DEAC order, we have a whole health packet that's developed based on which analytes exceeded and the associated health impact. We have a communication plan we developed with OPETA that Patrick mentioned earlier in the board meeting. The folks that will help us with the communication, it's in 14 different languages, and we work with the water systems on that outreach. AB 756 requires robust outreach to the point of hanging knockers on every door. And so the outreach based on any exceedance is quite strong. We even provide outreach on a detection. And so when we consider detection at 2 parts per trillion. So any detection requires that there's noticing in the consumer confidence report that goes out semi-annually. So that's the noticing front. Then what we have on the public health front is our web pages and the presentations that Wendy and I have been given throughout the state here in the last few months. There's a lot of knowledge not knowledge, but a lot of awareness that we're trying to make available. But there's a lot of unknowns. Class of 14,000 analytes. I mentioned TFA, 100% detection in the wells that we're looking for it. We will not be able to treat for that analyte, most likely. It is too small and too slippery and will pass through conventional or even any kind of feasible or affordable treatment. And so there is an unknown. And by looking at the broad spectrum of PFAS, we're going to try to identify what can we take out feasibly and easily by treating for PFOA and PFOS, and what's left? What's the health impact that remains? And then, of course, we've got the private well side of the equation. A lot of the things that we're learning here can be applied on the private well side that usually draws from a shallower aquifer. But we're still learning a lot about the fate and transport as it makes its way to those particular wells. And I'll look at Wendy to see if she has anything to add.
I don't have
Just
more
going to
than
add,
that.
we provide transparency in regards to all the data as well. We have mapping tool that's available for the public to access the data, including all the data that Ellen was talking about in combination with the Division of Drinking Water. So the public can see all of it together. And we maintain the Water Board's website as well. And so we keep everything all together so that the available information is out there for them.
Okay, and then just another follow-up question with the water supplies for these disadvantaged communities. And as you've indicated, they probably have the chemicals in the water as well. How will we go about working with those different small water systems or disadvantaged water systems to help clean up that water? What kind of...
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Division of Financial Assistance has some funding packages available. As we are testing statewide free of charge to disadvantaged communities, when we have detections, we include funding availability and information and contacts. So we do have some state-based funds in Division of Financial Assistance, but the bipartisan infrastructure law that was recently passed provides a significant amount of funding, not enough to tackle everything we have here in the state, but for those disadvantaged communities, they are able to apply for a grant for treatment of PFAS. So when we do detect, we notice, work with the public, and then provide the water system opportunity to receive grant funding through our Division of Financial Assistance.
Thank you so much. Great information. And Patrick, I'll be looking for your guidance on how we can, better handle things here within the Central Valley. But great presentation, great work, and we hope to get an update on it soon. Thank you.
Ellen, did you have something to add?
Not at this time.
Okay. I thought you were giving the cue you had. Yeah, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues. Yeah, great presentation. A lot of technical information in there, very thorough. I do agree the testing cost was not as high as I presume, so that's a good thing. However, touching on the disadvantaged community as far as the residential wells and so forth, I heard things that I'm really happy in terms of outreach to them. Could even be door knocking, which is great. Is there a timeline that we have as far as that outreach, or just curious as far as timetable?
I'll have to defer this one to Dan too, as for the timeline for the outreach.
I think a lot of it does depend on the water system and what the response is, and I'll let Dan respond because it's usually under his bailiwick on the drinking water side. For cleanup side, we also will be doing engagement. I think we are still yet to determine what the cleanup standards will be at some of these facilities. much less kind of what the plan is going to be to clean up these materials. And when we close cleanup sites, we do that type of engagement with the community and let them know what the plan is going to be, what the endpoints are going to be, what's the opportunities for public participation, how their wells will be sampled. And so those efforts will also be ongoing based off of the threat posed by any one of these sites that where the PFAS and other chemicals like that are discovered.
I'll tag on. Thank you, Patrick. That the noticing period, by the way, an exceedance is determined based on 4 quarters of running annual average. And so a single test is not an exceedance. However, when an exceedance is determined, the water system has 30 days to notify the public or take the well offline. So it's a very short turnaround time once we do have an exceedance. I neglected to note that we worked with the environmental justice groups, in fact, the sponsors of AB 148, to help reach out to these communities. That we somewhat enlisted their help and provided additional resources and boots on the ground as needed. So it's been a very robust effort.
Thank you.
All right. A lot more to come on that for sure. So thank you very much. And that concludes our business for the day. I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 3:16 p.m. And we're back in action February 26th and 27th in Rancho Cordova. Thanks, everyone. And happy holidays. And to those celebrating, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.